Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Christopher Wayne Farris.
Chris, how is it that you know the defendant in this case?
She's my mother.
And I want to go into a little bit about the background of your family.
Okay.
When did you move to Georgia?
2005.
Where did you
Excuse
move?
me, 1995, sorry.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
I mean, it's my first time on this trial, so.
Sure.
And move the microphone in front of you, and if you'll just talk over it. You don't have to talk into it.
Okay, great.
So is that 1995 you said?
Yes, 1995.
And where did you move from?
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham.
A suburb of Birmingham.
Correct.
How old were you?
15.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Okay, and how old were your siblings when you moved?
My brother would have been 12, my brother Scott. My sister Emily. I should probably know this, but I would say 5 or 6, and then Amanda would have been, she's the youngest, would have been around, I guess, 4 or 5.
Why did you move here from Alabama in 1995?
My father came to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman, his law firm.
How long had he been with Byrne Foreman when you moved here in 1995?
So about 5 or 6 years, I would imagine. So that was yep, about that.
Were you around when Gary went to law school?
I was.
How old were you?
Well, I started kindergarten when he started law school, so
5 or 6?
5 or 6, yeah, correct.
So you got to see him work through law school?
I did.
And how was that?
It was great. I mean, from what I remember, I mean, he used to take me to the law school and we'd play laser tag, and when he would work security, he had a job working security, so I had a lot of, for a little kid, a big law school to run around in, it was, it was fun.
So in law school, did he also work for Byrne Foreman?
I think he clerked with them in the summer, from what I remember.
Okay, and then in 1995, he came here to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman.
Correct.
Did Gary like his job?
Absolutely, yes.
And when you moved here, what city did you move to? In Georgia?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
What school did you end up going to? What high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
Went to the University of Alabama.
For how long?
I left there in 2002, so it would have been 3.5, 4 years.
Did you eventually come back to Georgia?
I did.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I had like a job at a local restaurant, and then I met my first wife right around then.
When you were working at the restaurant, did you live at the home in Alpharetta, or did you live somewhere else?
When I was working at the restaurant, I lived at home.
At home. And so you said then you met your first wife.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kendall Lee.
Okay. And how long were you with Kendall Lee?
Well, we eventually got married and had 2 children, and we separated in 2007.
What are your children's names?
Ella Grace and Addison Marie.
When were they born?
Ella was born September of 2004, Addison August of 2006.
Once they were born, did you guys ever leave Georgia?
Oh yeah, about a couple weeks after Ella, the oldest, was born, we moved to Maine.
How long were you in Maine for?
So that would have been 2004, about 3 years.
I want to go back to your parents and their background a little bit. We talked about Gary's job. What did your mom do when she was when Gary was in law school?
Homemaker, took care of us, took care of the house.
Kept her busy. There were 4 of you.
Correct, yes.
And when you were in Alabama, did you guys have family around?
Oh, yeah.
Who was around?
Both sets of grandparents, my aunt, both aunts, my uncle. They were in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area.
And is that where you were before coming to Alpharetta in 1995? Muscle Shoals area?
No, I was in Hoover. Muscle
Okay.
Shoals is the northwest corner of Alabama. So we were, from Tuscaloosa, which is where he attended the University of Alabama Law School, then went to work for Burr & Foreman, which was in Hoover. Well, it was in Birmingham. We lived in Hoover, and then we moved to Alpharetta in 1995.
And all of your family stayed in Alabama, essentially. The family you just mentioned.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you learn when you were in Alabama a lot about how your parents grew up?
Absolutely, yes.
And who did you learn that information from?
I would say both of them. My father would talk all the time about his growing up and things he would do, and my mother would talk about it as well.
What would your mother share with you about her upbringing?
Mentioning how they lived in Nashville for a time, and working at the hardware store in Muscle Shoals, and that's what really comes to mind at first.
So you mentioned a hardware store.
Uh-huh.
Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So my grandfather owned an Ace hardware store in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and I really enjoyed going there as a child. It was great. You could run around and play and, build things with the little tools and the wood and the little woodworking things. And I always enjoyed getting up with my grandfather and going to Burger King or McDonald's for breakfast. I got a big kick out of that. And it was a great time. And I really enjoyed, my grandfather was a huge Alabama football fan, and he loved to talk about football, and so I always would enjoy people coming in to talk to him about the football team, and I think that's kind of where my, love for football in Alabama kind of came from, as well as my father.
And when you mentioned this grandfather, are you talking about Melody's dad?
Yes,
And the one who owns the Ace hardware store?
that is correct.
Okay. Was he a hunter as well?
Carl? No, not that I ever knew.
Did he own guns?
Yes.
About how many guns did he own?
I don't know how many. I know he would take us to shoot, 22 rifles at this outside of town, and it was like a rock quarry. So I know of those, and then I knew of, I remember when we would go do that, he would shoot some pistols, but I would not know how many guns he owned.
Sure. Did Melody grow up shooting guns?
I don't know that.
And do you know what happened to Carl? Eventually?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do.
Okay, can you share with the jury?
He had a heart attack and was in ICU for a pretty long time. I assume ICU for I think a week or two at least before he eventually passed away.
What year was that?
It would be 2007, 1997. I apologize. These 2000s and the 90s get me. 1997. He actually suffered a heart attack on my 17th birthday.
Okay. You were already here in Georgia when
We
he
were.
passed.
That is correct.
Okay. I want to move along a little bit and jump ahead to your parents' marriage.
Okay.
At what point did you learn that your parents had a little bit of a rough marriage?
Not until the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, after I had moved back from Atlanta, or moved back from Maine back to Atlanta.
Okay, so you and Kendall Lee had moved to Maine and you had already moved back.
Yeah,
For
I
that.
moved back, yes,
Okay.
correct.
What caused you to learn about the trouble in their marriage?
My father told me.
Okay, when was that?
I would say late 2008 to early 2009 is when I first got wind of that from him.
Why did he share that with you?
I don't really know why he did. Why he initially started sharing things like that with me, but once he did, he continued to share things like that with me.
And you said that was in the late 2000s?
Correct.
And did he continue to share those troubles with you up until he died?
Oh, yes, 100%.
At any point, did you learn about your mother's relationship with Ted Wiley?
Yes.
When did you learn about that?
Well, the dates, I'm not quite sure. I want to say, suspicion-wise, probably somewhere around late 2008, 2009. And then when there was an incident with financially, when it was really brought to the forefront.
You mentioned suspicion.
Yeah.
What caused suspicion to you?
Well, I think what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions. But my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry. For years.
Did you know him personally?
Oh yeah, he'd been around for a long time. I remember I was a child, not that old, and maybe 7 or 8 years old, and that's when I don't remember the dates, but I was young.
So you knew of Ted Wiley long before any, as you say, suspicions of Ted and your mother.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
How well did you know him? Would you hang out with him, have conversations with him?
Oh yeah, he was very friendly. I remember, Christmases, we would always go to Christmas at my grandparents, Mama and Papa, which is my father's parents. Every year, Ted would be there, and he'd bring a football, and we'd, throw the football around, and he was always very kind, and he was a funny guy. And, he was part of the family.
Did you see Ted and Melody around each other in the late 2000s?
Yes.
Did you see them interact with one another?
Yes.
And did anything stand out to you at that time?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I had ridden up to Florence, Alabama with my mother. I was actually picking up a vehicle that was my grandmother's, and we stayed at Ted's house, and he was sitting next to my mother. I was laying on the couch. Can't remember if I was still watching TV or if I was kind of in and out of drifting off to sleep. And I remember Ted and my mother sitting next to each other, and I just kind of thought it was just weird and uneasy. But this was actually November of 2008. So now that I think about that, yeah, it was November 2008. So I think that would probably be when my suspicions really began to arise.
And how did you know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
I was
years.
living in Buckhead with my ex-wife Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me. I said, okay. He said, meet me at Outback Steakhouse, the corner of Jones Bridge, Stage Bridge, and Alpharetta. And he sat me down and he said, Chris, I don't think we're going to be able to have Christmas this year. And he began to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe, $50,000 from a home equity line of credit without his knowing about it, and he told me, I don't know if we're going to be able to have Christmas this year because of this.
Who was at that dinner?
I think it was, I know I was there, and I think one of my sisters, I think Amanda was there too, but I can't be sure about that.
What year was that?
Oh, that's a good question. It would have either been Christmas, right before Christmas of 2009. If I had to guess, that would be it. But it's been so long, I don't know the exact year.
And what happened after that? Between your father and mother?
Well, I know he filed for divorce.
How do you know about that?
Well, I got wind of it because I had stopped at the house in Alpharetta to use the restroom because I had a job where I drove around a lot, and I would stop in to use the restroom and or say hello. It's my parents' house, and I come to the door, and the door's open, and my sister's black lab is running around in the front yard, and there's a lady at the front trying to. What I come to find out very soon after that is serving her divorce papers. I called my father and I said, what's going on? And he said, well, I'm serving your mother with divorce papers. And that's how I found out.
And when was that? What year was that?
I would say either 2010 or 2011. I would, if I had to say, I would say probably 2010.
And where was your mom at the time?
She had locked herself in an upstairs bedroom and refused to come out to talk, I guess to avoid getting served.
At any point, did your mom leave your dad?
Can you clarify what leave means?
Leave the house for a significant period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair? Okay.
Mhm.
Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, she's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back.
And did you do that?
I told him I would. But I would say I gave it my best try.
I want to go back a little bit to when you mentioned you moved to Maine.
Sure.
And you have two daughters, and did you have both at the time you moved to Maine, or just
No,
one?
that was 2 weeks after Ella was born. Ella's my oldest daughter.
Okay, and why'd you move to Maine?
Well, because we didn't have any money, and my wife, the mother of my children's parents, had a house in Maine on Lake Sebago, this beautiful house, and they said, hey, come live up here. And I had visited Maine a couple times, and I was all for it.
How did your parents react to that move?
They weren't happy about it. My mother was not happy, and my father, he understood, but if I had to say, I don't think he was happy about it.
Prior to moving, you ended up having Addison in Maine,
Yes.
and did your mom come up and help out with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She was very supportive.
Oh yeah,
and
she was
helpful.
great. Hmm.
And she's always been supportive with your daughters,
Yes, very,
as was your dad.
very much so.
They love your daughters.
Yes.
I want to move forward a little bit. You mentioned this line of credit that your mother took without your dad's knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that change, did that affect their relationship moving forward, to your knowledge?
It affected it financially, I know, and I think it affected it at some degree, you know, their trust, his trust for her, you know. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I know for sure it affected it financially, for sure.
How did you know that?
Well, he basically told me he wasn't going to let that happen again. So I assume that, well, I know he basically took away her ability to be able to do that.
Okay. What does that mean?
I'm not really, I mean, he didn't share details with me at the time. But
What was your understanding of your mom's access to their finances?
before this happened with the HELOC, that they just shared everything. You know, it was
When you say
had-
HELOC, what is it that you're talking about?
home equity line of credit.
Okay, so before, you're talking about before that?
Yeah.
Okay, they shared everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember anything other than they had a checking account,
And then how did
was
it change?
husband and wife. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. At any point with your conversations with your dad or just over time, things around the house, did you ever learn about who the beneficiary of your dad's investments was?
No,
When did you learn all of that information?
I learned it about a year after we lost him.
Okay. I want to talk about the months leading up to your father's death.
Okay.
And at any time right before he passed, was he in the hospital?
He was.
What did you know about that?
Can you clarify?
What did you know about him being in the hospital? What information did you have about that?
I was called by the first initial, I think I got a text message from my brother saying we're taking Daddy to the hospital. And then I got some sort of communication from my mother saying, that he was in the hospital or we were taking him to the hospital.
Did you know why?
My father would have he would call them his spells, okay, where he would be very lethargic, almost, how can I put this? Just very, very tired, couldn't stay awake, didn't feel well. That's really the best way I can describe it.
Did you ever witness one of them?
I never did, actually, never.
How long had he been having those?
At least for a few years. On and off. I don't know exactly how long, though.
And so that was your understanding of why he was admitted to the hospital.
Correct.
When was that?
That would be April, I think early April of 2018.
Did you go visit him in the hospital?
I did. As soon as I found out that he was there, I rushed up there.
And how did he appear to you when he was in the hospital?
Fine.
Was he acting fine, or was he acting differently?
He seemed 100% okay. Like, I ran up there as fast as I could because it was described to me that he was in very, very bad shape.
Who described it that way?
My mother.
How did she describe it to you?
Basically that, you know, it was bad, you need to get here.
And what is it that you were expecting when you walked in?
I was expecting the man to be hooked up to machines and honestly, I wasn't even expecting him to be just in a general room, you know, as bad as it seemed, which I was told. I didn't expect to walk in and see my father just sitting up like, and I was very panicked. And he looks at me and he's like, "What's your problem?" I was like, "Well, I was told that you're in really bad shape right now."
I want to go back a little bit. Eventually, your parents moved out of the home in Alpharetta, the first house you moved into in 1995, right?
Correct.
When did they do that?
Correct. I could be, you know, the dates and everything, but 2014 is what I thought it was, because it was after Halloween, because I remember helping them move, and I was trying to get out of there to go watch the Alabama game. So we were playing LSU that night. So yeah, it was right around November. I thought it was 2014 is what I thought, was what I think.
And where did they move to?
Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia, on the other side of Alpharetta. It's more the western northern corner of Alpharetta, and it's actually in Cherokee County.
Okay. Did you live with them at the time?
No.
Where were you living?
In Buckhead, at my apartment.
Why did they move out of their Alpharetta home?
It's a good question. I talked to my dad about it some, and he said, you know, it's just kind of time. And my mother and I talked about it, and I went and met her to look at homes while they were looking for houses before they purchased the Purcell Lane house. I would meet her, and I would go with her and her real estate agent to look at homes.
Were you surprised when they bought a hobby farm?
Yeah, I was a little bit.
Why?
Because my father always told me, he's like, well, after this house, I just want to get a townhouse in, you know, Buckhead, or, you know, so I'm close to the office and don't have anything really to take care of.
Where was his office?
It's in Midtown. I guess you would say Midtown. It's off 17th Street. It's the Wells Fargo building.
So that was around, do you think, 2014, the fall? When they
I
moved
believe so.
into
I
the
mean, I
farm?
guess it could be 2013, but I think it's 2014. Because never mind.
So you saw your father in the hospital
Correct.
in April, and he was fine.
Yes.
He appeared fine. And how long was he in hospital for?
A few days. I talked to the doctors, and they were just trying to figure out kind of what was wrong with him to cause him to have the spell that caused him to have to be brought to the hospital. So they ran some tests. I know they had a stress test and all that kind of stuff.
While you were talking to your dad in the hospital, did he enlighten you on what he thought was wrong with him?
He did.
And what was that?
He said, Chris, I think your mother is trying to poison me.
And what was your reaction?
I said, excuse me. He said, well, it's like she spent the day screaming at me, and I was watching TV in the theater room, and all of a sudden she brings me down some cookies. And I ate the cookies, and my throat started burning, and then I started feeling bad. And I told him, are you like, what? He said, oh, I'm just probably paranoid or something. Some paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he kind of shrugged it off.
Sure.
And that's what he said.
At that time, did you know the state of your parents' relationship?
I know they didn't like each other very much.
Why did you think that?
Well, there had been different episodes, with, he had told me about a gentleman named Rusty Barton. He had told me numerous things. I mean, there was a lot of things why I thought that.
He confided in you about their relationship?
Somewhat, yes. I think he might have confided in some of the other children more than me.
Like who?
Emily, Scott, maybe Amanda. I don't know about Amanda.
Did you know how they lived physically in the home? In the farm?
Of course, yes.
And how did they live?
My father slept downstairs in a bedroom in the basement. My mother slept in the master bedroom. They still shared a bathroom. My father still showered in the master bathroom. He still had his main closet there, but they slept on different floors.
Did your dad sleep with a CPAP machine?
Oh, yeah.
Did he sleep with it every night, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about your dad's birthday weekend before he was murdered, okay?
Okay.
When is your dad's birthday?
June 27th, 1960 was when he was born, so June 27th.
Okay. And was that essentially the week before his remains were found?
Absolutely, yes.
What did the family do for his birthday?
Well, we had a family gathering at the farm. Everybody was there. It was a cookout. We cooked barbecue, and Emily brought her daughter, the new baby, and it was a celebration of his birthday.
Were your daughters there?
No, they were not there.
So when you say everybody here, I have a family tree over here. Both your parents were there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's you and your wife at the time, Jenna?
Correct.
Scott was there. Was Emily's husband Chris there too?
Yes.
And they had just had Olivia.
Yes.
And then Amanda was there?
Yes.
Was Chad with her?
Yes.
Was Cameron there?
I don't remember that.
What did you all do that day, that evening?
We ate. I remember Jenna and I took the RTV through the woods, and I actually ran out of gas, so I had to walk back up and get gas for the RTV, because when you took it off road, it would get kind of sideways. Well, if it was on empty, it wouldn't be able to suck the fuel into the engine. So I had to walk all the way through. She wasn't very happy with me at the time, but we walked from RTV back up to the barn to get fuel to put in it so I could drive it back up to the house.
Did you have anyone help you with that?
I don't remember. I think maybe my brother did, but I don't remember.
Were you well versed with what to do on the farm and how to work anything on the farm or work at all on the farm?
No,
Okay. Did you like going to the farm?
no.
Why not?
Well, I did sometimes, but for the majority of the time, I did not. When they first bought the farm, I didn't really like going because my father would, put me to work, cutting trees down with him and things like that. And then the other reasons down the road kind of led to why I didn't like going there, which was the turmoil of their relationship, unfortunately.
Of what? Of their relationship?
Yeah.
Did you have turmoil with anyone?
With my mother.
Okay. When did that start?
I don't know. I mean, it's a mother-son relationship. I mean, we, had issues from time to time. But in summer of 2017, it got to its highest point of turmoil.
What happened?
Well, her and I got into a little bit of a confrontation because she was withholding giving my children back to me. My children love spending time with their grandmother, but my kids were being purposely held from being returned to me.
Do you know what caused that?
Well, she said it was because of my drinking. So I don't really know why, but I know what she said.
Okay. And how did you receive that information from her?
Not very well. I was very upset. And my kids are only here for a short period of time. I mean, they had gotten to the point where, before, when they were younger, they'd come for a couple months during the summer, and it was to the point where they'd come for a couple weeks, and then they were just spending all the time with her.
So I don't know if we've really talked about this. You moved back to Georgia, and did the girls stay in Maine with their mom?
Yes.
When did that happen?
2007.
2007?
Excuse me. Yeah, 2007.
Okay. And so when you talk about the girls coming, they would come to see you.
Right. They would be on summer break, and they would come for a couple weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere around then, and spend time with me and my family.
And they would hang out with your mom a lot?
Oh yeah, they love
What would they do with her?
a lot. They would spend the night, they would go shopping, they would go do lots of things that a grandmother and grandchildren would do.
When it came to your daughters, did your mom and dad, they never said no? Everything was
Oh, they never
fun.
said no. They love Big Daddy and Grandma.
That's what they called them?
Yes.
Big Daddy and Grandma?
Correct.
Big Daddy was Gary, Grandma was Melody.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go back to this incident with your mom. Describe what happened. How you described her withholding your children. Describe what that means.
I had Braves tickets for this particular night, and I had gone to pick them up, and she basically said, I'm not going to let them go with you. And that's what happened. She wouldn't let them go with me, and there was an argument.
And what did you end up saying to her that night?
I ended up saying basically, we got into an argument, and then I actually left because I was trying to call my father. He was either at the farm or there. I was trying to get him to come up there to help with the situation, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. So I just left. It was getting very heated. She was very, very what's the word? Like, very angry and just screaming at me. And I was screaming, and I was yelling back. And I just got out of there because I didn't want any part of it. And on the way back to Buckhead, my father called me, and he's like, come on back. And then I went back and I got my kids.
And what sort of words were exchanged when you were there between you and your mom?
I don't remember what kind of words. I mean, I know that I said to her the next time, I was very angry, and I said, the next time I see you, you will be in a pine box, by saying, I'm not going to talk to you ever again while you're alive, okay? Basically saying, I'll come to your funeral, but that's it, we're done. And so that was pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to
the
attack me.
situation.
She tried to hit me. And she didn't hit me, but she went like that to hit me. And I, was, 37 years old at the time. I was caught off guard by that. And I told her, I was like, if you hit me, I will defend myself. And we just were going back and forth. And I ended up taking out my camera and recording this exchange. Later on, deleting that recording, but it was hard. It was very hard.
What ended up happening when you went back, when your dad told you to come back? What ended up happening?
I came back. My kids were waiting on the porch with their suitcases, with their clothes in it, and we went home.
Who was out there with them?
My mom was out there, my dad was out there, and my girls were out there, and I was out there.
And so then the girls left with you.
Yep, they got in the back of the truck, in the back seat of the truck, and we went home.
I want to jump forward and go back to your dad's birthday weekend. That weekend, did you hang out with your dad?
Yeah.
You talked about driving the RTV. What all did the family do when you had gatherings?
Well, we would eat. All of our gatherings were focused around food, which is very, that's just how our family was, very Southern, And we would eat together, we would talk. That particular day, we had a new baby. So I remember, playing with Olivia and recording videos. It was, I had met her before, but, they lived in Nashville. So, I didn't get to see her that often. So, we were celebrating my father, but we were also celebrating Olivia.
At that point, was your mom at the house?
Yes.
So had you guys made up, rekindled? How did that happen?
Before Olivia was born, my sister had a baby shower. This was beginning of October of 2017. So about 3 months after my last interaction with my mother. I did not speak with her for 3 months. I was out. I had gotten a hotel in downtown Nashville for that weekend of the baby shower, and I was out in Nashville with my wife and my mother, Chad Bruce, and Amanda Farris. Came walking into Legends, which is a bar on Broadway in Nashville. So I went up to them and greeted them, and I actually hugged my mother.
And was there ever a discussion about what happened between the two of you?
No.
So after that, it was kind of brushed under the rug and you moved forward.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? At your dad's birthday celebration, did you and your dad plan any trips or talk about taking any vacations? Tell the jury about that.
So my daughter had come to visit in May, so this was about a month before. And we were at Longhorn, and Ella said, "Big Daddy, I want to go to the beach this summer." And he said, "Okay, we'll go to the beach." So leading up to that birthday party, my father and I had discussed going to Orange Beach, Alabama for a trip right after the 4th of July. We would be going on the trip right after the 4th of July, but that party is, we definitely discussed the upcoming trip.
I have a calendar of July 2018. And so when you say the weekend after the 4th of July, so the Friday, Saturday, the 6th and 7th?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to leave for Orange Beach on, I think it was Friday. We were supposed to leave to go there.
Okay. So after Ella had expressed this to your dad, were there further conversations between you and your dad about the beach?
Yeah, he told me to pick out a couple places where I thought we could go. He had given some recommendations. I had been to Orange Beach before, but I wasn't that familiar with it. I usually went to Destin. But I ended up picking a couple places, and he said, "Oh yeah, that place is good," and he booked it and paid for it.
I would like to talk about, you mentioned your dad booked for it and paid for it. Did
Yes.
your dad pay for a lot of things?
Yes,
And did he pay for a lot of things for you?
yes.
Like what?
He would always pay for my children to fly down. He would pay for Ella's horseback riding lessons. He would pay for the girls' dance lessons, recitals, costumes. He would help me out with bills. My dad helped me and paid for a lot.
Did you have a job at this time?
Yes.
What was your job?
At the time, I had my own painting company.
So, was your dad that helpful with everyone in the family?
I believe so.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge,
Okay. How was your dad and Scott's relationship?
they had a great relationship.
Would he take care of Scott
Yes.
financially?
Yes, Scott worked at the farm. So they kind of had Scott worked at the farm. I mean, it was a lot of work. And my brother did not have another job, and my brother had to have money to live. So I didn't know the details of it. I didn't know if they had like a, agreement of how much, or I don't know what that looked like. But yeah, I mean, I know the money my brother would be from my father.
Would you and your dad ever get in arguments about money?
I wouldn't really consider it an argument. I mean, he'd get mad at me for spending money or asking him for money, or there were even times, I mean, when I had his credit card number, I mean, then I would use it without his permission, without asking it first. And he'd get upset with me, but it wasn't an argument. It was more, he was just upset with me.
So when it came to the beach,
Uh-huh.
he was okay paying for that.
Yeah, he was going with us.
And was there an agreement between the two of you with what that would look like?
I was going to pay for everything there, the dinners, whatever, things you pay for at the beach. And he was going to pay for the condo.
Did you eventually pick out a condo?
We did.
And who booked that condo?
My father.
Did he tell you when he booked it?
Yes.
Do you remember when he booked it?
I don't remember, but I remember he texted me. He said it's booked.
Was it prior to, well, it's obviously prior to the vacation itself. Was it prior to July, let's say, 1st?
Yes.
So it was the end of June.
Yeah.
Did you discuss it at his birthday?
He told me I had stopped and bought a raft to take to the beach because I was actually buying his birthday gift at Academy. And I called him, I said, hey, I got a raft to take to the beach. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't talk about that while you're here.
Okay. While you're where?
At the house.
Okay. Was your mom going to the beach?
No.
How do you know that?
Because my father told me he was trying to get her to go to the beach and she refused.
Okay. Did you talk to her about the beach?
I did.
And what was her reaction to you?
She told me she had too much going on and she couldn't go.
Okay. So who would have, if the trip came up, who would have gone?
It would have been me, my wife Jenna, both of my daughters, Ellen, Addie, and my father.
Let's talk about Jenna for a second. When did you and Jenna get married?
July of 2015.
And did your dad help you out with your engagement or wedding to Jenna? Financially?
Yes.
How so?
He helped me with the engagement ring, and he also paid for the rehearsal dinner at our wedding.
Okay. And you said it was in 2015?
The wedding.
The wedding was in 2015? Okay. So you had been married to Jenna for 3 years
Yes.
at this point. And when the girls came to visit you, would they stay with you and Jenna?
They would stay with me and Jenna, and then they would stay at the farm a lot.
The conversations about the beach with your mom, was that over the phone, in person? How did you guys discuss the beach?
Most of the conversations with my mother we spoke, but I don't remember exactly how if it was text messages or if it was a phone call. I don't remember.
But at that point, to your knowledge, she was not going.
Correct.
Now, after your father's birthday, I want to talk about that next week, okay?
Okay.
The first week in July of 2018. Were your girls scheduled to come down and stay with you?
Yes.
When did they come down?
They arrived at between 8 and 9 a.m. The morning of July the 3rd.
The morning of July 3rd, and that's Tuesday?
Yes.
So the Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you work on Monday, July 2nd?
I don't remember, but probably. I would think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. So the morning
I mean, it was a holiday week, so probably, I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the morning of July 3rd, that Tuesday. What did that morning look like to you? What did you do?
Woke up, drove to the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson, picked my kids up. They always wanted to go to Waffle House. They don't have that in Maine. So we went to Waffle House.
Who was it that went?
Ella, Addie, and myself.
Jenna was not with you?
No.
Okay. So how long did you eat at Waffle House for?
30 minutes.
What did you do next?
We went back to my condo and
Where
hung
was
out at 55 Far Road in Buckhead.
Buckhead, okay. And what did you do then?
Just hung out. I had a dog at the time. They were very fond of Oliver. That's my dog's name, or was my dog's name. We hung out, and they were itching to do what they had what they thought planned, for their trip, which is.
And what were their plans?
Well, Addie had already arranged with Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. My sister Amanda at the time, really what eventually become, I guess when they got married, her stepdaughter. They had planned, because they, both had phones, they would text each other, and, they say, oh, I'm coming down to stay with me, visit my dad, and we're going to have a sleepover at the farm. So that was Addie's plans.
Okay.
Ella's plans were she had this friend, Emma, who was the daughter of, I think, this guy named Terry, who lives, I think he lived on Birmingham Highway, and had somehow my mother had become friends with him, and Emma had become friends with Ella, and Ella and Emma had talked, and Emma's mom actually trained horses at this facility up in Cumming. I believe it was Cumming. It was up near the farm, but it was, I know she lived in Cumming because I dropped her off there that afternoon. So they were itching to go. They had plans.
Okay. And none of them with you, it sounds like.
No. I
they
mean,
were how old?
Yeah, they were preteens at the time. They were 12 and 14 years old. Like they were very social.
They were busy.
They were busy.
So, did you execute these plans for them?
Addie's plans did not come to fruition the night of the 3rd. Mm-hmm. She had asked to do that, and I said, well, you got to ask your grandmother, and it just didn't work out. But I did take Ella to Emma's mom's house and dropped her off. She went to have a sleepover. They were actually going to sleep over at this horse training facility, and I think they had like a pool or a pond they swam in, and she was all excited about it. So we actually stopped at Target on the way up there so she could buy a new bathing suit.
Okay.
And I dropped her off at Emma's mom's house. I think her name was Beth, maybe. But yeah, I dropped her off there.
What time was that?
I'd say if I had to put a number on it, between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
On the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. After you dropped Ella off at Emma's on the 3rd, where did you go next?
Well, I called my father and I said, hey, do you want to meet us for dinner? Because I hadn't talked to him that day. And he said, I'm working. I said, oh, cool. I was like, well, let's meet up. And he's like, no. I'm at the farm. I'm just working. I said, oh, okay. Well, I was like, I just dropped Ella off. We're going to come by and come see you. He had recently seen Ella because she was down in May, but he hadn't seen Addison since Christmas time. So, we were up there. Might as well stop by.
So you ended up stopping by the farm?
I did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5 o'clock.
How long did you stay?
Between 20 to 30 minutes.
What did you do when you were there?
We pulled in. My father was in the driveway, sitting on the RTV. I parked my truck, went up to him, and Addie went to get, I just never forget it. This is the last time I saw my father. He said, oh, just let me give you a kiss because I'm too sweaty right now for you to hug me. And then at some point my mother walked out and we went up to the barn because I think they had some baby ducks that had been born recently or something like that. And
Maybe a baby goat?
I think there might have been a baby goat. I just remember the baby ducks as being the draw that day. But I think there was a baby goat too, maybe.
Okay.
There was always babies of some sort. There were a lot of animals.
Baby animals. So you and Addie walked the property, went to the barn. Who was with you? Was your dad and mom with you?
Yes. We actually went from the main house up to the barn, and then we walked down to the pond to see the baby ducks, and my mother walked down there with us.
Who all went to the barn? All
To the
four of you?
barn?
Yeah. when
All
you
four
walked.
of us went to the barn.
How did you get to the barn?
I drove my truck up there.
Okay. How did your dad get to the barn?
He rode the RTV.
How did your mom get to the barn?
I think she walked, but I don't remember.
And was Addison with you or with your dad or with your mom?
Addison was with me, I think. She might have walked with my mom. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
So your dad was on the RTV.
Yeah,
Was he on the RTV often when you were at the farm?
all the time.
Do you know where he would keep the RTV?
Different places. Sometimes it would be at the barn. Sometimes it would be parked in the driveway. Sometimes it would be parked in the garage at the house.
But he had it often.
Very much so.
Do you remember if there was anything on the RTV this day?
Yeah, I remember seeing like dead boxwoods, I think what they were, that he had pulled up and put them in the back because we had a conversation about it.
What was he planning to do with those boxwoods?
He told me he was getting ready to burn the burn pile the following day on July 4th.
He told you he would burn it on the 4th.
He told me he was going to burn it on July 4th.
Did you see the burn pile?
I saw the burn pile the weekend before at the birthday party when I was driving the RTV through the woods.
How large was it?
It was big. I remember
What does big mean?
Big means probably as tall as I am, and I'm 6'4". I remember Jenna saying, like, wow, like, this thing is huge. And that's what I remember.
Did your dad burn often, do you know?
I don't know how often. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time out there. The only time I saw him burn anything was after it was like a Christmas Eve, and we had the family there, and he had taken a bunch of pallets and some wood and things, and we actually had like a bonfire like on Christmas Eve. It was actually a very, very nice evening. But that's all I know he would burn things, but as far as me knowing or seeing him do it, that was the only time.
Would he burn at your old house in Alpharetta? Did you have the property? And
Yeah, he would.
you laughed a little bit there, so is there...
Well, so I laugh because my grandfather, my father's dad, every year on Christmas, there'd be all this wrapping paper, okay? And every year, my grandfather would take all that wrapping paper out there and burn it in his little leaf burning pile. And I always thought it was funny. And so I don't know. I always think about that. And like my father almost would talk about, oh yeah, I'm going to burn this burn pile. And he was actually, I think, burning leaves at that house behind the fence. And so you're talking about a suburb house. I mean, this is like living in a neighborhood, not a farm. And he had actually started burning some leaves back behind the fence. And I guess didn't put it out all the way. And I woke up, I was staying with them that night. I might have been living there at the time. I don't really remember. And I wake up and there's the back of the woods is on fire behind their house.
And what happened?
The fire department came. And the fire department
what were
came.
your parents' reaction to that?
Oh, I don't remember. I remember. I think I was out there, and I think the firefighter asked me. He was like, "How this happened?" I was like, "Well," and my dad said, "Shut up," you know. Like so. I don't remember what their reactions were at that time.
So the burn pile on the 3rd was large,
Very.
or at least when you saw it the weekend before.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see it on the 3rd?
No.
Okay. It wasn't burning when you were out there, though.
No, not at all.
He was still building it?
Yes.
So after you saw all the baby animals, what did you do next?
We walked back to my truck. I remember telling my father, there's going to be fireworks on the 4th of July. Maybe we can get together and go see fireworks. And
That
then I
would
got
have
my,
been the next day.
which would have been the 4th was the next day, and then I got in the car in my truck with Addison, and we went back because she wanted to go get dinner.
Did you drive back to Buckhead at that
I
point?
did.
What did you do after that?
We went and got poke bowls, which is like sushi in a bowl. Addie loves poke bowls. We went and got that, and then we went to this new ice cream place, and Jenna went with us to that.
To both places?
I know she went to the poke place. I don't remember if she went to the ice cream place. I think she did. I don't remember.
So after you got poke and ice cream, what did you do?
We went home,
And did what?
hung out. You know, I think we went to the pool. We had a pool at our condo, and just
You
hung
as
out at
you,
home.
Jenna?
Mhm.
At any point the night of the 3rd, did you go back to the farm?
No.
What did you do the next morning on the 4th?
Addie and I got up very early and went up. I lived a block off of Peachtree Street, so we went up and we watched the Peachtree Road Race and come through Buckhead.
Who's we?
Addison and I. Jenna did. Jenna came up eventually, but I don't think Jenna was trying to get up that early on the 4th of July. So we, Addison and I went up there. We took our chairs and set up, and it was nice.
How long were you out there watching the Peachtree Road Race?
If I had to put a number on it, maybe an hour.
So what time would that put you at?
That's hard to say. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you were done watching it at 8 or 9, or you started, or you were done at 7 or 8 in the
I
morning?
think we went up there. I mean, we didn't watch the first people come through. I don't remember what time, but I know it was early.
Early morning.
Early morning,
And you were
yes.
out there for about an hour.
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
We went to Cracker Barrel in Norcross
Why Norcross?
because I had my own painting company, and I would have my guys that I would have to pay. And I had this one guy, and he's like, "Oh man, I really need my check." So I was like, "Okay, fine." And he lived in Norcross, so I went to Norcross to give him his check. And Addie and I, there's a Cracker Barrel there, and so we went to Cracker Barrel for breakfast.
And after Cracker Barrel, what were your plans for the day?
We were having a pool party, our apartment complex, condo complex, whatever you want to call it. We always had a pool party every year for the 4th of July.
So did you go to it?
We did, yeah.
Who's we?
Me, Addison, and Jenna.
Okay, where was Ella during all this time?
She was still with Emma.
Incoming.
Incoming, yes, at the horse park farm, you know.
Sure. Were you checking in on her?
Very much so, yes.
And so throughout that day on the 4th at the pool, what was your intention for that evening with Addison?
I thought we were just going to hang out and stay at the pool and just hang out at home. Ella had called me and asked if she could stay over again. I said yes, and that was my intention of the day, but that changed.
Okay, how?
My mother called me and said, "Hey, I'm on my way back from Lake Lanier Islands with Cameron, and does Addie want to come spend the night?" So I walked over to Addie was swimming in the pool. I said, "Hey, do you want to go have this sleepover?" Hoping she would say no.
Why?
Because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to drive up there. But she said yes. So we went.
What time did your mom call you?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what time, but I would have to say it was later in the day. Maybe I would say, I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly what time.
Was it evening time, after lunchtime?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
So you drove up there.
Uh-huh.
Did you make any stops?
I did.
Where'd you stop?
I I stopped at Wendy's to get Addison dinner.
And then went to the farm.
I did.
What did you do when you got to the farm?
We pulled up, and my mom and Cameron had already arrived, and we went inside the house. That was pretty much it.
Did you stay for very long?
No,
About how long did you stay?
maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see your dad?
No,
Did you ask your mom where he was?
I don't remember.
When you would stop by the farm in the past, would your dad sometimes not be there?
Of course, yes.
Was that normal?
Yeah, it was normal. I mean, I was in a hurry to get back. You know, I had no reason. I mean, all my friends are at the pool. Addie was where she wanted to be. So I was ready to go back and enjoy my evening.
Did you and your mom speak to one another?
Yes?
Anything out of the ordinary?
No. The only thing out of the ordinary was on the way up there, you know, because I had asked for her to meet me so I didn't have to drive all the way to the farm.
You had asked who to meet you?
My mother,
Okay.
to meet me somewhere, because she was coming back from Lake Lanier. So I was like, well, why don't, instead of me driving all the way to the farm, and you're coming that way anyway, why don't we meet? She said, no, just meet me there. I was like, okay. And then I actually said, well, I'm going to stop and get Addison dinner. And she's like, oh, no, we'll just make something here. And I was like, okay. But I stopped anyway because Addison it was before we had eaten. We were cooking at the pool, but we left before the food was done. So when she was hungry, she would let you know.
She was hungry. Okay, so what did you do when you left the farm?
I went to the gas station, and then I stopped by Kroger in Buckhead, border of Buckhead, Sandy Springs, and I bought fireworks because we always shot off fireworks on the 4th of July at our apartment complex.
And where did you go after that?
I went home to the pool.
Did you talk to Addison again that evening?
On the way back from the farm, Addison called me, and she's like, we can't find Big Daddy. And I was like, well, he's got to be there somewhere. Go look for him. And I called him, and his phone went straight to voicemail. And I didn't really think anything of it because his phone went to voicemail a lot. And I just said, well, he's there somewhere, you know, go find him, you know. And we had that phone call, and I think, of course, I texted her that night or called her that night to check on, make sure she was okay, that kind of thing. But she was, from what I remember, was fine. Nothing alarming from her at the time.
Did you ever communicate with your mom that evening?
No.
Is that typical?
Yes, very typical.
Even when your kids are over there?
Mm-hmm.
You mainly communicate with your kids.
Directly, yes.
So the night of the 4th, did you stay in Buckhead?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to the farm the night of the 4th?
No, not at all.
When was the next time you went to the farm?
July 5th, I think I left my apartment around 11:30 in the morning to go pick up Addison.
Did you talk to Addison before you left?
I don't remember.
Did you try to call your dad that morning?
Yes.
And what happened?
I went straight to voicemail.
Did you talk to your mom?
No.
You just decided to go up there.
I talked to my sister,
Which sister?
Amanda.
Okay, and what was that conversation?
She said Daddy's missing.
That was before you left?
I don't remember. I think it was actually after I left. I mean, I don't remember there being a phone call or a text message or anything like that to say, okay, that I'm coming to get you now or anything like that. I knew where she was. I was going to go get her. And I can't remember if the conversation with Amanda was at my apartment or it was on the way. I remember us talking a lot on the way.
Who's
But
us talking?
Amanda
And you talking a lot?
Yes.
Okay. About what?
Trying to figure out where my dad was. I told her, I say, you know, you need to call the local hospitals and you need to see if his wallet and his car keys are there.
At this point, knowing that his phone was going to voicemail and Addison couldn't find him the night before, what was your thought process when Amanda said he's missing?
I was pretty panicked. You know, this was 2 months after this whole scenario of him being in the hospital. 2 months, 3 months, you know, April, May, June, so 3 months. So I had not been able to talk to my father to get in touch with him the night before when I called him to see where he was, so Addison and them could find him and, you know, hang out with him. And then the next day, my sister calls me and says, "Daddy's missing." So yeah, I was excited in the point of panic. You know, I was very, my blood pressure was probably pretty high.
So even though his phone would go to voicemail pretty often, this was not normal.
No,
Him
not
going
for
missing.
that long. Yeah.
How long did you know that nobody had gotten in touch with him?
Well, I know that I had tried to call him the night before, you know, on the way back from the farm to Buckhead. So for me, I mean, we're talking, you know, over 12, you know, I mean, about that time, we're talking, you know, 15 hours later, you know, so.
And you didn't see him on the 4th at all?
No.
Okay. Did the family have any group messages happening? Like text message groups?
I don't remember there being a group message.
So you and Amanda were talking on the phone
Mm-hmm.
about, and you had said to her to call the hospitals.
Call hospitals. I also told her, because she said his car was there. And I was like, well, he never went anywhere without his car. So I was like, well, find his car keys and find his wallet, you know, and
Why his wallet?
because his wallet, my dad never left anywhere to go anywhere without his wallet, you know. He would not leave the house without his wallet. My dad only left the house to go to the store or go eat, you know. That was basically it.
What about to the office?
Oh, of course, in the office. Sorry, I'm talking about things other than work.
Okay. Who did you talk to anybody else?
I talked to my sister Emily
On
on the
your
way
drive
there and told her what was going on.
And what was her reaction?
She was kind of had the same reaction as me, panicked.
Had she heard from him to your knowledge?
No.
So you arrive at the farm,
Mm-hmm.
and what's the first thing that you do when you get there?
When I arrived at the farm, Amanda, Cameron, my mother, and Addison are actually sitting on the steps out front. I just remember going in thinking, I need to figure out what's going on. And I went out and I asked my mother, I said, "Hey, have you seen his wallet?" She said no. I knew where he kept his wallet. He kept his wallet either in the Mercedes or downstairs in the basement or in the master bathroom. So I went to look. I needed to know if he had left or not. And that wasn't going to be an indication to me if he had left or not. I went to the Mercedes. I looked in the glove compartment. I looked in the center console. I looked in the back seat. I looked everywhere in that car. I did not find his wallet.
Did you find his car keys or cell phone or anything like that?
No, I didn't find anything. I left the garage and I went down to the basement to keep searching. And then I came upstairs and eventually took my search out of the house and, you know, up to the barn.
Did you at any point check for his CPAP machine, or did that cross your mind?
No, that never crossed my mind.
So you were in the basement. Did you see anything out of the ordinary in the
No.
basement? So when you took your search outside, what was the first thing that you did? And who, was anybody with you?
Yeah, actually, because the kids they loved to ride that RTV, and that RTV was up at the house. So I jumped on it, and they were like, "Can we ride with you?" And I'm like, "Oh, like I didn't know what was really going on here," but I let them. They're very persistent, and they jumped on the RTV with me, and I drove up to the barn to see if I could find him or a sign of him.
When you got on the RTV, you said it was at the house. What part of the house was it parked
I
on?
think it was in the driveway. I don't remember exactly.
So the girls jumped on with you?
Yep,
And where'd you go?
to the barn.
Okay. Anything at the barn stand out to you?
No, everything. I mean, I looked. I mean, there's even because I thought at this point it was maybe he was having a spell, or maybe he was, God forbid, something medical issue had happened, and I went up to the barn. I even climbed. There's like a ladder thing. There's like a loft up there. Not my brother's apartment, but a loft where you store things in. And I even went up there, like looking around, just trying anywhere. He was not there, so we got in the RTV and started back towards the house.
At any point, did Scott come down and start searching?
Yes,
When was that?
I don't remember exactly.
Was it after you arrived or before you arrived?
I think it was right after I arrived, but I can't be sure.
Okay. You didn't see him when you pulled up?
When I first pulled up to the house that morning, no, or not around noon. My first initial time when I got to the house, no, I did not see my brother. When I just saw the four of them.
So you're on the RTV with Cameron and Addison,
Correct.
and you're driving back from the barn down to, back to the house.
Yep.
Okay. Where did you look next?
So I'm coming from the barn, and I look out across, and I see my brother and my mother walking between the barn and kind of the pond, but kind of back towards the wood, the tree line. And that's when it clicked in my head about that, because he told me he was going to burn that burn pile on July the 4th, and it clicked in my head, I need to go back there, because he told me he was going to be burning that burn pile on July the 4th. So I whipped around. I saw them walking back there, so I'm like, I'm going to follow them back there. I went back around the backside of the house and went down, and they were already at the burn pile.
Who's they?
Scott and my mother.
Okay.
And I drove and parked about, I don't know, 10 to 20 yards away between the house and the burn pile. And I told them to stay back, and
Who's them?
Addie and Cameron. At that time, it was just more of, I was just walking down there to see what was going on. And I walked down there, and then my brother had a stick in his hand. And I'd walked up there, and I looked at the burn pile, just, at the time, what was about to happen. I mean, I had no inkling that this was even possible. And my brother, this is really hard for me to talk about. My brother looked up at me, and he said, "You need to get those kids the F out of here. I'm calling 911 right now." And I did. I took the kids out to the house, and I put them in the room, in their bedroom they had slept in the night before. And I said, "Y'all need to go up here." I mean, I didn't say anything to them, My daughter had just lost her uncle like 2 months before that, and I knew kind of what. I mean, I'm not stupid, like when he's looking at something, calling, like. So my instinct was get my child back up and away from whatever's going on right here. And that's what I did. I put them in the bedroom. I said, I'll be back. And I went downstairs. After I went downstairs, it's like I was just, the adrenaline was going like crazy. My brother said something to me like, I think there's human remains on the burn pile. And so I got in the RTV. I had to go back down there. I went back down to the burn pile, and I took a close look at the burn pile. And I looked, and I was like, wow. And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand, like bones of a hand, like that. And that's when I just, I think I went in shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
Did you touch anything in the burn pile?
No.
When Scott had a stick and moved something, did you see what it was that he saw or was looking
I
at?
thought it was a rock. I saw, but he told me after I put the girls back up to the room and I came back downstairs, and he told me I think it was human remains. And of course my brother and I had conversations after, like, while this situation is unfolding, and he told me, yeah, I think that's
Was that before or after he called 911?
after.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not.
You
He
were-
said he was going to call 911. He said, to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was
Yep.
your mom nearby when you?
She was standing right there.
Did she say anything?
No,
Was Amanda near the burn pile at that time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. The only thing I remember about Amanda is her walking up when I was sitting on the back of my truck waiting for whoever was responding to this 911 call to come. And my sister walked out and we spoke then. My sister was out there when the I think it was the paramedics showed up. Yeah.
What did you guys speak about?
Well, the paramedics walked by and they were actually holding a gurney. And I'm thinking, like, it was just confusing what was happening. And I was sitting there, and it wasn't long after that the paramedics actually walked back around and said to me, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really kicked in. And that's when Amanda and I just basically started this conversation about, oh my God. I mean, it doesn't take, it's common sense. Your father's missing. My brother's saying he thinks there's human remains. He's, paramedics are showing up. So, and then they're saying, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really just I was just overwhelmed. Like, it was awful. I don't really remember what my sister and I talked about. I remember her kind of saying things like, oh, we put him through so much, and we weren't the best kids, and this, that, and the other. And I remember thinking, like, what are you talking about? It was very strange to me at the time, but people, I guess people say things when they're put in that situation. I didn't really think anything of it, I just thought that was kind of weird, but and things just everything, really, a lot of things after that are a blur to me.
Sure.
I've done a lot of PTSD therapy because of this that day, and what I've discussed in a lot of that therapy is they think that I pretty much went into shock.
I think we're going to take a short break.
All right, let's take 10.
I'd rather you go downstairs if you need to do that.
Okay.
Everybody is a little soft-spoken today. Her cousin says there were five tornadoes circling their house. So yeah, no, we tried to tell them to come. They were gonna come, change their mind, didn't come. We told them to come anyway, and they didn't. 2 of them wanted to, 2 of them didn't. And it's gonna be bad. They didn't get that. They didn't get that too bad. I think that's why they want to stay. But we tried to get them to come up and stay with us. But she posted at lunch that there were 5 tornadoes all around her. All right, let's get started back.
Okay, Chris. I want to go and stay on the 5th for a little while and talk about a couple of things. We had talked about how you looked for your dad's wallet earlier. Did you ever see that wallet?
Yeah, my mom came walking up with a wallet after I got upstairs saying she had found it in the Mercedes.
And what did you think when she told you she had found his wallet in the Mercedes?
I thought, well, I just looked in the Mercedes and it wasn't in there. And I thought that was kind of weird because when I got there that day, she said she hadn't seen his wallet. I go to look for it, then come back to the kitchen. Now all of a sudden she's got the wallet and says she found it in the Mercedes.
Did you see her go into the garage? Was the Mercedes in the garage?
Yes.
Did you see her go into the garage?
No.
Okay. Do you know if your mom has a fear of fire at all?
No.
She's never mentioned to you how scared she is when your father burns or anything of that nature?
I think she had mentioned just things like, there was one time he actually caught the basement on fire because he had put a cigarette in the trash can, the basement at the farm, and after that she said, well, I think he's going to burn the house down eventually, but never fear of actual fire. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. When you were on the property on the 5th looking for your dad, did Melody mention anything about the burn pile or about him burning? Did you ever have a conversation asking her if he did burn the pile on the 4th?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you went outside and sat on your truck. You had testified earlier. And EMS arrived with the backboard. Did you at any point leave the property?
I left the property hours later after the authorities allowed me to leave,
Why did you leave?
to go check on my children. After the whole EMS saying what they said, I called my wife, who was at work, and I said, you need to get here. You need to come up here. You need to come get Addison. And then I was there for a while. She did come get both the girls. Sometime during this whole thing, I think I had texted Emma's mom or called Emma's mom, I don't remember which, and said, I need to get Ella.
That'd be Beth Braswell.
Yes,
Okay. And that's where Ella was.
yes,
So Jenna came up to the farm,
correct.
got Addison,
Uh-huh.
and eventually got Ella.
Ella came to the farm, and I think it's just so foggy at that point. I think she brought Ella to the farm, but I don't think she met Beth anywhere to get Ella. I think Ella was brought to the farm, because Jenna was in downtown Atlanta. So from my phone call, it would have had to take her, even if driving as fast as she could, at least at a minimum of half an hour to get there. So sometime in that time, I just can't remember if I called Beth and said, bring Ella back. I honestly, I just don't remember.
Somehow, Ella and Addison went home with Jenna.
Yes,
Okay. Did Cameron go with them?
yes,
To Buckhead.
yes, to my apartment in Buckhead.
So once Jenna left with the kids and you were there with your family, did anyone else show up that wasn't law enforcement? Did Emily show up? Were there friends and family?
Chad Bruce showed up. Emily showed up later that day. I called Emily to tell her what had happened.
When did you call Emily to tell her what happened?
In that time period of after EMS told me what they told me about, sorry for your loss, and I began, letting people know who needed to know what was going on.
So at that point, did Emily get in the car and drive down?
Yes.
So while law enforcement was at your house, everybody arrived, lights, all of that, did you and Scott talk?
I don't remember.
Did he mention anything about a gun?
Yeah.
When was that?
Right about that time after EMS was the first to arrive. So my brother was out talking about it, and I heard him say something about he saw a gun in the basement, something about, sometime before all this happened, and about he was having to get a remote control or something like that. And
It wasn't to you, it was just someone else.
I don't think Scott and I sat down and had a conversation one-on-one.
Okay.
I think I was just hearing what he was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you caught that information. Did you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that was weird?
Yeah.
Why did you think that was weird?
Because I just thought it was weird. There's a gun in the basement, and I don't know. I just thought it just didn't make nothing made sense to me at the time, but I just remember that, thinking that, well, that's strange, I don't really remember what made me think that.
At this point, what did you think happened to your father?
I was going through scenarios in my head, You know, like how, I didn't know what had happened. I just knew what I had just seen, what was happening, what was going on, and I'm trying to figure out, running through scenarios in my head, like how in the world, like I thought, like, could he have had a medical thing? You know, I thought maybe he fell in the fire, maybe, I mean, that's where my head was at that point.
Did you talk to law enforcement on scene?
I did.
Do you remember who it was that you spoke with?
Well, specifically law enforcement, the only time really anybody asked me about like what was going on at the time was when I sat down with, and I apologize, it could be Lieutenant, I don't know police
That's
ranks,
okay.
and
Titles.
Kaikanal or something like that. He's the one who interviewed me first
Okay, where was that?
in his police vehicle
On scene?
on scene.
At the farm?
Correct.
How long did you talk with him? Do you remember?
Oh, honestly, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been an hour. I don't remember.
At that point, did you think anyone else had been involved in your father's death?
I don't remember specifically. I remember our conversation kind of had me thinking of maybe that was the case, because he said, well, Chris, you know, when things like this happen, you know, we assume foul play until we know it's not. Okay? So when he said that to me, he then asked me, did your parents, not quoting him, paraphrasing, something about how was your parents' marriage? Mm-hmm. How was their relationship? And I told him.
You told him the truth.
Told him the truth.
At that point in time, how much, if anything, did you know about Rusty Barton?
I knew a lot about Rusty Barton at the time.
What was it that you knew about him?
Well, I knew he had come to my sister's wedding.
When
and
was
was
that?
dancing. It was in July of 2016. And at the reception, he was dancing with my mother. And then the next morning, my brother, myself, Jenna, and my father went to Jonathan's Sports Grill in Franklin, Tennessee, Cool Springs, and we had brunch, breakfast, whatever you want to call it. And my dad was very upset about what he had seen at that reception, about my mom dancing with Rusty. And he told me, he's like, this is the last time she's going to embarrass me like that.
Did you learn if your mom had multiple cell phones?
Yes?
How did you learn about that?
My kids told me.
Did you ever see her with multiple cell phones?
No.
So when you were around your mom, you saw that her to just have one phone.
Mm-hmm.
And your daughters mentioned she had a second phone. Is that?
Yeah, and my dad.
And your dad.
Yeah.
In what context did your dad inform you of the cell phone?
I don't remember. I just remember him saying something about it. I don't remember the context of it.
In your family, when conflicts would arise, like the Ted Wiley situation, would you all talk about it together or talk things out? How did issues like that settle in your family?
They were never settled. We didn't talk about those kind of things. Just kind of swept it under the rug. I mean, when my dad told me about that she was coming home from, I know where I was. I knew where I was parked having the conversation with him. I'll never forget it. He told me she's coming home and you need to accept her back. And I mean,
Did your dad love your mom?
oh, very much so.
You could see that.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that why he stayed with her?
Yes.
So going back to the 5th, you talked to detective at the time, Kuykendall, in his patrol car.
Yep.
After that, did you speak with law enforcement again?
No, I left after that. I wanted to go check on my children. I just wanted to get to my kids.
And did you check with someone
Yeah.
about leaving?
Oh, they had my car blocked in they moved the police car so I could leave.
What did you do when you left?
I went home.
And what did you do when you got home?
I went home and I hugged my kids.
How long were you in Buckhead at home with your kids?
Not very long. I just went home and checked on them, and I wasn't home very long because Emily was coming, and I wanted to be there when Emily got there.
Were you there when Emily got there?
Emily got there before I got there. I pulled up, and Emily was already there.
How many hours had passed? How long does it take Emily to drive from?
Approximately 3 to 4 hours, where they were living at the time. 3 to 4 hours.
So that's about how much time had passed since you called her, and then you coming back to the house.
I guess.
And Emily was there.
Yes.
Was she there with her husband?
Yes.
And did you speak with Emily?
Yes.
Where did you end up going that night since law enforcement stayed at the farm?
I went home. I left. I know it was dark. I think I left around about the same time Emily left, and I actually had gone to get gas, and I went to run my debit card, and it said "Please see cashier," and I was like, "What in the world?" Well, something had happened with my account. That check that I had written to that painter, he had taken it and tried to cash it when I told him, you don't need to cash this until like Friday. Well, he went and cashed it anyway, and it overdrew my account. So I couldn't get gas. So I didn't know what to do. I called Emily, who was on her way to the hotel, and she actually lent me $20 so I could put gas in my car to get home. So I went to the Fairfield Inn on, it was on that's not, I don't know if it was Fairfield Inn. It was a hotel, I think it was on Windward Parkway, I think. But I went to her hotel, and she lent me $20. I went up to her room and saw Olivia, and I went home.
Home to your condo in Buckhead.
Correct.
Okay. Later that night, did you get a phone call?
I did.
From who?
I think it was Detective Hayes. I think. I'm 90% positive it was Detective Hayes.
If I told you it was Detective Kuykendall, would that be surprising?
Wouldn't be surprising at all.
And what was that phone call? What was the purpose of that phone call?
They asked me where I was, they asked me some questions about my locations on like July 3rd and July 4th. And I said, well, I told them, and they asked me, is there anybody who would want to hurt your father? And I said, no, I don't think so. And then they asked me, well, let me back up. They told me that they found a bullet in my father's rib, and now this was being treated as a homicide. And there were some follow-up questions, and they asked me, would anybody ever benefit from your father being killed? And I was very frank. I said, well, yeah, I mean, my mom and whoever he's related to as far as financially. I mean, at this point in time, my brain had kind of already switched to thinking something had happened to him that wasn't falling in a fire.
Why did it switch?
Because of my mother's behavior when the police were there and just how she was acting.
What was that behavior? How was she acting?
Just not like somebody whose husband had just been found in a burn pile. When I left, when I was walking in my truck with the detective, my mother walked up and she asked him, she said, "Are y'all about done here?" And he said, "Well, ma'am, you know, we're not, no. He said, "Well, my granddaughter needs to stay here tonight." And he said, "Well, ma'am, we're not really done." And I said, "Mama, Emily's got a hotel room. She's going to be fine." This is before I left to go back to Buckhead. "She's going to be fine." And she said, "My daughter will stay here if I say so," or something like that. And I was like, I was shocked. And I was angry. I'm getting yelled at. My father's just been found dead. I'm getting yelled at by her. I remember I had my tailgate down. I remember slamming my tailgate. The guy moved the car and I left. I was beyond words, angry and frustrated, and just, I was all over the place mentally. And it just didn't seem, something was off. And so that.
So when you heard about the bullet in his rib, what was going on in your head?
I just remember crying. Like after I got off the phone with them, I just sat on the couch and me and Jenna just cried together. That's all I remember.
Did your mom say anything about money to you that night?
She had asked me, she had told me that I needed to cancel the condo to the beach.
The night on the 5th?
Yes. Well, either the afternoon, it was still daylight. I don't remember exactly when it was, but she told me you need to cancel that condo to the beach.
And what did you think about that?
I thought, that's what you're worried about right now? And I told her, I was like, well, I didn't book the condo to the beach. You know, I ended up a few days later canceling it because I was able to find out. I think my father had emailed me the confirmation, and I was able to get the information. But at the time, that was the least, in my mind, it's like, why are we even talking about this? Which was, you know, another reason that I was starting to think something was wrong.
So you get a phone call from Detective Kuykendall the night he tells you about the bullet, and he asked you if your dad had any enemies, things of that nature. Do you know anybody that not really would benefit from it, but that would want him dead?
No.
Would Scott have benefited from his death?
I mean, could have. I mean, financially, all of his kids could have,
How so?
because we're his children.
What does that mean?
That means if some, you know, if somebody has money and they pass away, it, you know, can go to their wife, their kids, whoever.
Did you end up speaking with law enforcement in the days shortly after?
Not shortly after, no.
Okay. And why was that?
The following day, which would have been the 6th, my mother was still being questioned. My brother and my mother were still being questioned. I guess they had taken them to a local precinct, maybe. At this time, when we're in frantic chaos mode, and I guess my sister Amanda had contacted somebody at Borough Foreman, and then I was told that I need to be at this lawyer's office because my mother was, I guess, still talking with them. They were trying to get her out of being interviewed with the police, and we ended up at an attorney's office
On the 6th.
on the 6th.
So that Friday, July 6th.
Correct.
Okay. And why did that keep you from talking to law enforcement?
Well, because they told us not to. Manny Aurora was the name of the lawyer, the attorney. He told us, he said, if you say anything to the police, they're going to arrest you, your mother, and your brother if you say anything to them.
That he said that to you?
He said that to me. He said that to everyone.
Who was everyone? Who was there?
Everybody. All the siblings were there. Jenna was not there. My kids were not there. But like me, Scott, Amanda, Emily. I don't remember if Emily's husband was there. But it was definitely the 4 of us kids and my mother.
Okay. And so they instructed you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
And what did you think of that?
I thought it was strange. I just wanted to find out what happened to my dad, you know? Like, I just wanted to know. And I remember getting kind of frustrated and probably voiced my opinion about it. It was an effort by Manny Aurora to convince us that if we said anything, he told us that the police were probably lying about him being shot. And he was just like, you need to shut up or you're going to go to prison for this. And I'm thinking, I had nothing to do with this. Why do I need to stop talking? Mm-hmm. But I did. I agreed. I said, okay. I said, fine. I won't.
Did now what about Addison? Since she was there the night of the 4th,
Mm-hmm.
Was she interviewed?
By the police?
Right.
Or
By the police. We'll start with the police. Was she interviewed by the police?
no, I think Jenna had. I can't remember if Jenna. I don't think Jenna had gotten there before it had. Like, it's just so cloudy to me, like when people got there. But no, they did not talk to Addison that
Was
day.
she eventually forensically interviewed?
Yes.
Okay.
They took her cell phone.
Law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a big deal.
That was a very big deal. She was very upset about it.
So she was eventually forensically interviewed, and you know that to mean what?
When, I mean, they flew down, this was over a year later. This was August of 2019, and Kendall Lee, their mother, my ex-wife. Flew down with them, and we went to I think it was Ann Crawford Children's Center. My children went in the back and were interviewed, and we were not in there, myself or their mother. And then they came out, and that was it.
Okay. As far as you know, no law enforcement interviewed them.
No. The only thing I seem to remember was maybe law enforcement was listening to it. But there was no law enforcement there physically.
Okay. Did you talk to Manny Aurora about Addison being interviewed or spoken with?
Yeah.
What
He
was that?
confronted me about it, and he wanted me to call my daughter. This was not at the first meeting. This was we had multiple meetings with Manny Aurora. And he wanted me to call my daughter and put her on speakerphone for him and like everybody in that room to basically like confront my daughter.
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and object to relevance. I allowed kind of a brief reenactment of what happened earlier, but now we're continuing to talk about what a previous attorney in this case was saying, so I would go ahead and object to relevance, Judge.
It explains why he didn't go to law enforcement and eventually.
He can explain what he did next without going into the content, so I'll sustain the objection.
Did you eventually go to law enforcement yourself?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because I'd had it. I was done with. I didn't like the way that was going with her attorneys, and I was just wanted to know what happened, and I just felt compelled to help find out.
Did anyone go with you?
My brother, Scott.
Do you remember about how long after your father's remains were found did you go voluntarily with your brother to talk to law enforcement?
I don't remember the day. I don't remember the date.
Was it more than 10 days after?
I don't remember.
If
'Cause I went-
had told you it was July 26th, would that sound accurate to you?
It could. What I'm trying to think, because I went to Maine, and that meeting was either right before or right after it. So if it was July 26th, it would have been, I believe, right after I got back from Maine.
Okay. You went to Maine to see your daughters?
Yeah, I had to get out of this town.
So you sat down with what law enforcement officers did you sit down with when you and Scott spoke with them?
For sure, Detective Hayes, and a couple other ones. I think Kuykendall might have been there, but I can't be sure. There were people coming in and out. It was a lengthy interview.
Mm-hmm.
It was officers coming in and out.
I want to talk about the year that followed your father's murder. So the next year, before your mother's arrest, you eventually at some point became the temporary administrator of his estate. Can
Correct.
you tell the jury about that?
Yeah. I mean, the farm was basically, there were financial problems. I mean, the farm was potentially going into foreclosure. I mean, there were things going on. My mother was openly trying to say we need to get the death certificate and like all these things. And Emily and Scott and I decided we needed to do something as far as, because they froze all my father's accounts, you know, there was nobody who could use any of that money. And somebody had to do it. There were discussions back and forth whether Amanda was going to do it. And, you know, there was at this time, a very hard divide in our family. And,
What was that divide?
well,
Who was divided?
my brother, Scott, my sister, Emily, and I on one side, and my mother and Amanda on the other. My mother was not living, but still had kind of a relationship with Amanda.
What created the divide?
Well, a lot of things. I mean, it was my mother was very much so telling us that we needed to help support her, that we needed to give her money because my father had supported us and given us money all these years, and that we needed to, in turn, give her money. To speak of my situation, and I just had my suspicions that she had something to do with this.
So there was a divide in the family. You eventually became the temporary executor of the estate, administrator. And so when you were in this role, did you learn who the beneficiary was of all your dad's assets?
Yeah. I was actually visiting my kids in Maine, and Barry Bishop sent me an email saying that my mother was on the life insurance and the 401k.
Eventually, did someone else get appointed the administrator of the estate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was that a contentious area among the family when you were appointed?
Yes.
How so?
My mother was not happy about it.
How did you know that?
Well, the day that I was officially appointed, and she had learned about it, her and my brother got into a pretty bad, I guess, argument or something like that.
You weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Did you and her ever speak?
Yeah.
How did you speak with her?
I called her. It wasn't too long after that, because I was getting, not directly from my mother, but through Amanda, basically saying, you need to do this because they thought I had access to these accounts and I didn't. What happened was when I was named, because there were bills, there was the mortgage, there was a condo in Tuscaloosa, Alabama that my dad owned, that I wanted to start making these current. I didn't want those things to be foreclosed on or go away, and so when I was named temporary administrator, I immediately set up a meeting with his personal banker. And she said, okay, come down here, we're going to have a meeting. I get to the meeting, she meets me in the parking lot, she's like, Chris, our legal team said a temporary administrator is not enough for me to give you access to your father's funds to pay for anything. From what I remember, that was either not believed or just maybe they didn't know that. And I called my mother to tell her that I can't do anything. I don't have a checkbook, I don't have a card, I don't have access to money. I can't. I have nothing to be able to pay these bills.
When you became the administrator of the estate, what was your role? What was your duty, your job, your oath?
My duty was to preserve the estate.
So be conservative with, try to save as much as you could.
Yeah.
Is that what that
Mhm.
means? So let's go back to the phone call with your mom you had mentioned. What was that?
I called her and I said, I said, Mama, I can't do anything. I can't. And I did. I said, just please tell me what happened. I was like, there's no way you know. Or excuse me, there's no way you don't know. If all this happened like they say, there's no way you don't know about it. And then she hung up with me, and I think that's the last time I've talked to my mother ever. I mean, that's the last conversation that I've had with my mother, period.
Did you ever confront your mom about any of her affairs?
I'm sure I did. After this all happened, there were at that point text group threads for the family. I would get very angry about some of the things that were being said, and I would throw it out there like, well, you know, are having this affair, you know, XOXO, which was some name for Rusty's name on her cell phone, and I would like text it to like just.
Did
out
you
of
ever
anger.
confront her face to face?
I don't remember that.
After everything that happened, you had already mentioned your PTSD therapy. When did you start doing that?
Well, I started doing that.
Judge, I would object to relevance as to PTSD therapy.
I'm sorry?
Response?
Oh, it goes towards the aftermath of all of this and the family, how it's affected the family.
Judge, it has nothing to do with the facts in this case.
I'll sustain it.
Did you ever get to have a funeral for your father?
No,
Was that a contentious area after his death?
for me it was.
Call for me. I will be happy to do it.
I wanted to ask you a few questions about your dad. Did you ever know your dad to be suicidal
No.
at any point in his life?
No,
Have suicidal ideations?
no,
You testified yesterday that you didn't like to go to the farm very much, and you attributed that to your parents' relationship was one of those factors. Did you ever share that information with your dad?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I wrote an email to him after he was in the hospital. I would say somewhere around May of 2018. And I just, because it's my dad, it was easier for me to communicate what I needed to say in an email because I couldn't really get through it in person.
And what is it that you communicated it to him?
I told him why I don't come up there as much.
Did he ever respond to you?
Yeah, yes.
Did that response give you a glean into his state of mind at the time?
Yes.
How so?
He told me that he was very depressed, and he said that each day with my mother was pretty much the worst day of his life versus the day before. Like every day was the worst day of his life.
Chris, did you have anything to do with the murder of your father?
No.
Did you have anything to do with the concealment of your father and the grandfather of your children?
No.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
And Your Honor, it might be best to go ahead and turn the TV on. I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the Elmo
That's fine.
and the computer. But maybe start with the Elmo.
All right.
Good morning, Chris. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent your mother. I want to go back and you spoke at length about a lot of things yesterday, but I want to go into more detail on some of them. And first I want to go kind of back to your childhood and more of the family dynamics between the brothers and the sisters growing up. So you're the oldest. You were born in 1979 or 1980?
1980.
1980. And then who was born second?
My brother Scott,
Okay, what year was he born?
1983.
All right. And then what about Emily?
Emily was born, I believe, in, would have been, I think 1989, I believe so.
Okay, what about Amanda?
She was born basically a year and a half later, so it would have had to have been 1990. It could have been 1988, 1989, or 1989, 1990. I should probably know that.
So maybe your sister Amanda was born in 89 and Emily was born in 88 or 87?
Possibly.
Okay. All right. So you grew up in Hoover for the most part?
Correct.
And let's talk a little bit about the personalities of the kids growing up. So how would you say your personality was? How about it's always self-introspection is also often a very tough thing to do. So I'll ask you last. How about Amanda's growing up? Introvert, extrovert? Was she funny, not funny? Things like that.
Very outgoing and great personality, very funny.
All right. What about Emily?
Emily was, I think, a little bit more reserved, but very smart, very witty, and just very, very kind.
Okay. And how about Scott?
Scott was just a lot of fun to have as little brother. He just a sweet soul.
What about, so how did everybody do in school?
I did fairly well. I had my moments when I could have done better. My brother had a few issues. I'm not sure what that was. I wasn't, in the part of those discussions, but I think it was maybe some learning difficulties type thing, possibly. But I don't really know. My sisters, both, from what I understand, what I remember, did very well in school.
All right. And what about behavioral growing up? Who was well behaved and maybe less well behaved?
We were all very well behaved.
Never got in trouble?
We got in trouble.
Anybody have, temper, any anger issues? Never.
No,
Not at all growing up.
I don't remember that. No.
You don't remember your brother having any anger issues and a short temper as a child?
No.
Okay. Do you remember... scratch that. So you moved to Atlanta in 95?
Correct.
Alpharetta, roughly.
Yes, sir.
All right. And tell me what you remember about that move.
I remember it being a little hard on myself. It was in high school. But I was very excited. I loved Atlanta. I loved the Braves. I loved visiting Atlanta. So the move itself was very smooth. It was exciting. We were moving to a new home, and my dad was moving up in his career, and I remember it being a good time.
Do you remember anything about why your dad was moving to Atlanta, moving the family to Atlanta?
Because of his career.
Right, but why? Why was your dad, do you know why your dad was chosen to open the Burn Foreman branch in Atlanta? Did you know any of that from your experience as a teenager?
I know my father was a very brilliant attorney and a very smart man and very good at his job.
Did he volunteer? Did you just, in your experience? You don't know?
I don't know.
And that's fine. Now, talking about your yesterday you mentioned that everything kind of prior to about 2008 was good with the family.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the way you would have described it. So can you tell me, I've heard and maybe understood that holidays were kind of a big deal. Can you explain to me, how you guys would celebrate Christmas? You mentioned a fond memory yesterday of Christmas, but if you could explain to the jury.
Everybody was always just happy, and my mama would cook. My daddy would...
What would she cook?
Oh, breakfast. We'd have a big breakfast and all the good, stuff, and bacon, eggs, and then she always would make a Christmas meal. It was very nice, and my father would always have his Bing Crosby on in the morning, and the night before we'd watch Christmas Vacation every year, and it was good times.
And this was from the time you were a child all the way until the final Christmas in 2017?
Yes.
And it's my understanding too that how would your mom decorate the house? Would there be a little or a lot?
A lot.
Could you explain a little bit?
We would not have just one Christmas tree. We would have a few of them. It was always decorated very tasteful. It brought a lot of joy to me personally.
Okay. And let's talk too about activities growing up. Did you guys play any sports? Were y'all involved in school activities, things like that?
Yes.
Like what?
Growing up, I played baseball. My dad actually would assistant coach. He would make time for that, even though he was very busy. My brother played sports. He played baseball. My brother played a little bit of football in high school until he broke his leg. I know my sisters, Amanda did color guard, I believe. And then I think Emily was, did some work with some athletic programs in high schools. I think she was maybe a manager for like the wrestling team, those things like that.
So would the whole family kind of participate, go to the games, your mom included?
For my games, yes.
Your mom would go to your games?
Yes.
Scott's games?
Yes.
Emily and Amanda, anything and everything.
Yes.
So growing up for you, your mom was always there, yes?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And growing up, even as a child, you would determine that your relationship with your mother was a loving relationship. Take your time.
I would say that's true.
And you would also describe your relationship between your mother and your brother Scott as a loving relationship.
I would describe it as a loving relationship.
And with Emily as well.
Yes. Yes.
And Amanda.
Yes.
And your father.
Yes.
So in the 1995 move, I want to ask this, and if you have any memory of anybody that moved over from Birmingham, the Birmingham office, to Atlanta with your father.
I'm not sure if it was then, but I know that his secretary came over.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Oh yeah.
What's her name?
Angela Phillips.
Okay. So have you known her pretty much your whole life?
Not my whole life, but I'd say majority of my life.
Okay. Do you remember back then? Did you ever spend any time with Angela?
No. I mean, not other than maybe seeing my father at work, or if there was like a Christmas. I remember in high school after we moved to Atlanta, they would host the Christmas party for the firm actually at my parents' house, and I remember her kind of being involved in getting food there for it and somewhat, but that's been so long ago. But no, not like a lot of time, no.
Okay. So I'm going to ask this question, and I just want you to kind of tell me when you found out. But yesterday you testified that you started knowing there were troubles with your parents' marriage in the fall of 2008. And I believe it was an incident where you thought something was just kind of weird with Ted Wiley.
Yeah.
And that is his name, right?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware in the 90s that your father was in a relationship with Angela Phillips?
No.
When did you become aware of that?
I never became aware of that.
Do you believe that to be true or not?
I don't believe it to be true, but I don't know. I mean,
You don't know that she's made a statement to detectives in this case that she had an affair with your father?
no.
So let's move into kind of the mid-2000s. Let's talk about where everybody, as we've moved into adulthood, you're in your early mid-20s, and then your younger sisters are still kind of in their teens, and your brother, he's also in his mid-20s. Let's talk about where everybody went in their lives. So where did you go, and what kind of work did you move into? And when did you get married?
I got married in June 2004 to Kendall Lee. She was pregnant, and we moved to Maine. I eventually...
What line of work were you in at the time?
Here or in Maine?
Either one, both.
When I went to Maine, I actually worked for LL Bean. I worked as in their returns processing center as I don't even remember really what it was, but like a technician, kind of like processing returns. We had a team, and this is a catalog company, and so there's a lot of mail order. So when people return things, we process them, that kind of thing.
Okay. So I do want to kind of go back in time. So this is about 2004, so you'd be about 24-ish by that point. But let's go back in time more towards 1998, 1999. That would have been you when you went to college, yes?
Correct.
All right. And you went to the University of Alabama?
Yes.
Did you graduate?
No, sir.
All right. Why not?
I didn't do as well as I should have, and basically, eventually, my parents told me I need to come home.
Okay.
I also,
It was your father who told you to come home, yes?
I don't remember which one, but I mean, he would have, I assume so.
Well, I'm asking for your memory. When he told you, could you tell he was disappointed in you?
Oh, yes.
And how did you know that?
I don't remember specifically. I
Okay.
just kind of remember the feeling of that, dealing with that.
And how did you deal with that?
I don't know. I know that I wanted to strive to improve myself. That's kind of how I remember dealing with it. When I became a father, and I wanted to, be a good dad like he was, and I thought that would make him proud.
Okay. Now, you have an issue with alcohol, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been to rehab, yes, in Nashville?
Well, I went to rehab first in North Georgia, and then continued my treatment in Nashville.
Okay. Were you already struggling with addiction back then?
No.
Okay. So you move up to Maine and work for LL Bean. How long were you up there?
Right at 3 years.
So from 04 to 07.
Mhm.
And why did you come back in 07?
My wife and I had made the decision to move back to Atlanta.
And this is Kendall Lee, not Jenna, correct?
Right, Kendall Lee. In the process of that move, we had to sell the house in Maine. Kendall Lee had come down here to go ahead and get the girl they wanted to enroll them in school. And that was kind of I'd have to say from memory, maybe 6-week period of time when I was in Maine. She was down here, maybe a little less than that. It's hard to remember. During that time, my grandmother actually suffered, I believe, a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery.
This was about 2007.
Correct. And
And let me stop you right there real quick because you brought that up, your grandmother. She had a number of years, and she's subsequently passed, correct?
correct.
And this is your mother's mother.
Mhm.
What was her name?
Kay Walker.
Kay Walker, okay. So Miss Walker, she had a heart attack, had heart surgery in about 2007, 2008. You mentioned earlier yesterday that your mother would go and stay gone kind of in the late 2000s for months at a time. But it's in fact true that she wasn't up there with Ted Wiley. She was with her mother, who was very sick. Yes? And if you don't know, you don't know.
I think both can be the answer to that question.
Both is your answer?
Hmm.
Okay. But also with her mother.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going back to you moved down here 2008 with your wife. Go ahead.
During that period of time, I think our relationship kind of fell apart. And when Kendall Lee was in Atlanta and I was still in Maine, she told me she wanted a divorce. I got in my car. I drove to Atlanta. And she ended up going back to Maine, I think the day after I got finally, it's a 2-day drive. So I got to Atlanta and I stayed in Atlanta to, my whole plan was to come to Atlanta to work to begin with, to provide for my family better. And so hoping we could still move to Atlanta and fix the marriage, I stayed in Atlanta.
Okay. So you stayed, and then she left,
Correct.
and that was 2009.
That was 2007.
2000. Okay. All right. So now moving on to where everybody else was of the siblings. So Scott, he's the next youngest, next oldest. I mean, what was he doing in the mid 2000s? Where was he working? Where was he living?
Scott was living with my parents. For work, I don't remember what he was doing.
Was he between jobs? Would that be fair to say?
Well, he would have jobs. I mean, he was a very skilled mechanic. So I remember him working at some car repair places, and remember him working at a car dealership. But these are the jobs before he joined the Army.
Okay, and that would have been about 2007. Do you know?
I think that was maybe, from what I remember, maybe closer to 2008.
Okay. So he would have been about, what, 25 at that point if he was born in 1983?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So a little later, going into the military.
Yeah.
Did your, can you remember, did your father show any disappointment in Scott prior to 2008 as far as not going to college, things like that?
No,
What about being between jobs?
never said anything to me about it.
He didn't say anything to you. Okay. Did Scott ever say anything to you about he felt like a failure or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever hear him say to you that he felt like going into the military was his second chance? He finally put it together in his life at that point.
I never heard him say second chance. I know he was very excited to join the military.
Okay. Gave him purpose for the first time. You ever hear him say anything like that? Would you have described your relationship with your brother? You gave a number of interviews for this case. And I believe in one of the interviews, you said that you have become closer after this happened.
Yes.
So back then, how much did you and your brother actually talk?
Not a whole lot about personal things. You know, we weren't, I would say, best friends or anything. I loved my brother very much, but you know, I had my life in Maine, and I had kids, and he was still in Atlanta, and there was that distance, you know, before social media and all that. So,
Okay. All right, so briefly about Amanda and Emily. What were they doing in the 2000s?
college. Emily was at Alabama.
And she graduated.
She did, yeah.
And there was actually a condo that was bought by your mother and your father for her in Tuscaloosa.
Yes.
Okay. And did Amanda stay there too, or how did that work?
Amanda didn't go to Alabama.
Okay, where'd she go?
I think she went to Georgia Southern. Yeah, she went to Georgia Southern first, and then was there, I think, for half a year or a year before she came back home.
Okay. And that condo in Tuscaloosa, the family held on to that all the way until 2019, 2020, 2020?
I think it would have been 2019.
And that would have been when you were the executor, correct?
Mhm.
And you were unable to keep that property. You lost that property, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. You weren't able to manage the finances of that property.
I had no access to money.
All right. Let's go back to Ted Wiley. What you knew him from dating your father's sister. For how long before? Like, say, 2008?
I don't know the exact number of years, but it was for a long time.
10 years, 5 years, 3 years?
It was over 10 years.
Okay. So was there any animosity there between your sister and your mother regarding any allegations of an affair?
Between my sister and my mother?
Yeah. Not your sister. Your father's sister. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Did you
No.
ever notice any troubles there?
No.
Okay. So it was a clean break between Ted Wiley and your aunt?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay. So what, if anything, did you ever know about this relationship with Ted Wiley and your mother? What you actually knew?
I knew what I saw, what I described in my testimony yesterday.
Other than that,
My father communicated things to me, and my brother communicated things to me.
Scott?
Yes.
What did Scott tell you?
Well, during that time, Scott was up there because Scott was helping, fix my grandmother's house, and helping take care of my grandmother, so he was spending a lot of time there too. And he would just say, it's just kind of weird. Ted just seems very flirtatious with Mama and things like that.
Okay. So I want to talk about, it sounds like between 2008, 2010, your parents were going through some marital troubles at that time.
I would say so.
Fair to say. And you would agree with me. You've been married twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree to me that a husband and a wife have equal ownership of everything in a marriage. You got to say yes. You can't just shake your head.
I agree with that statement.
Okay. So yesterday you mentioned something to the effect of your mother took out a $50,000 HELOC on the home in Alpharetta. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was something that brought your father some frustration, yes?
Yes.
Okay, but they're talking about getting a divorce, yes?
I don't remember the timing of if the divorce stuff. I believe the divorce stuff happened after that.
But you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And so it's reasonable that somebody who has equal ownership in a home could go take out a HELOC in the home for things like hiring an attorney, finding her own house, things of that nature. Those are normal things, yes?
I guess so.
Okay. I want to move forward now to 2013. Did you ever hear, there was the troubled times through 2010, but did you ever hear that 2013, Purcell Lane, I'm just going to call it Purcell Lane instead of saying 2155, just Purcell Lane House, that was kind of the restart between your mom and your dad? Did you ever hear that, or Scott talk about that?
That doesn't come to mind. I thought they had kind of restarted before that.
Okay, well, explain to the jury, please.
Well, when he called me and said, your mother's going to come home, I remember things being really good for a while.
So that would be...
And it wasn't just like, okay, we're going to buy the farm and like this is the big restart. I never heard anything of that sort.
Okay. But you think it was better before the farm?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And how do you mean? Could you explain that to the jury?
It's been a long time.
Well, I understand. Take your time.
It's just kind of a feeling. My mom was home. She would do things with my father. She would, they were sleeping in the same bed. They were affectionate. From what I remember, things were good between them during that period of time.
So I'm going to say this, and I know things change throughout marriages, especially 38-year marriages. Mm-hmm. And you're under oath, and you've sworn to God to tell the truth. But you do believe in your heart that your mother loved your father. Yes?
At a point in her life, yes.
At a point in her life.
Mm-hmm.
So how about on July the 3rd of 2018? Do you believe that your mother loved your father?
No.
How many times yesterday? Your testimony seemed very well put together. And I just want to ask you this. How many times did you practice that testimony?
0.
0 times? You never went to the district attorney's office and practiced that testimony? Discuss what you would say?
I never practiced my testimony, no.
Never.
I went to the office and we prepared for the trial, but, there was no rehearsal of testimony.
So let's go to the 2016 wedding for Emily.
Yeah.
All right. and she married Chris Payne.
Yes.
What do you know about Chris Payne?
They met while she was in college. He was not in college. He owned a restaurant there, and I met him. It was right before she graduated, and she really loved him very much.
All right. And Chris Payne, he has some financial issues too. Do you know about that? Could you explain that to the jury?
This was all word of mouth things. I never heard it directly from him or her, but I think it was something along the lines of maybe there was a issue with finances at his restaurant, possibly a check or something that had been, bounced or something. But I don't know the exact details of that.
Something to the effect he was arrested for that. You know that.
I don't know why he was arrested. You can be arrested for things related to stuff, if it was a probation thing. I don't know exactly why when they showed up, the arrest warrant said. I don't know.
Okay. Reason I'm asking these questions, there's been pictures shown, I think even yesterday, of that wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's standing there at that wedding, but your dad and your mother were having to financially support Chris and Emily to some degree. Do you know about that? Chris Payne, not you, Chris, but also you.
I know that my dad co-signed on the mortgage.
In their house in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about that.
I know about the co-signing of the house.
Anything else?
No.
Right. Yesterday you testified that your dad would give money to all of the kids, except for maybe Amanda. Did Amanda receive any money from your father as an adult?
Yeah.
How?
I think insurance, cell phone, car, stuff like that.
All right. What was Amanda's work?
Let's see.
How many? By the way, how many years has it been since you spoke to Amanda?
6 years.
6 years. Okay.
Yeah, 6 years.
All right. So.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me correct that. I think there was a brief conversation. I mean, it's still about 6 years. I'm thinking of the last time I spoke with her, at length at all. But it's still at the same time period, 6 years.
Right. So, but her job was what? What was her way of making a living?
I remember Amanda was working for Tory Burch. I remember that. That's a clothing company.
Okay.
And she worked for another clothing company called Club Monarch. She worked at the mall and at Phipps. I remember that job.
In Buckhead.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Scott? You said he, of course, worked at the farm from the time he came back from the military.
Yeah. He had a warehouse job for a little while. I just remember that because I remember him telling me about it. Excuse me.
Take time.
But mostly at that time working at the farm.
Right. Did when Scott got back from the military, how was he discharged? Do you know?
I have no idea.
No clue.
No clue.
Because y'all weren't super close back then, but you've become close. And you mentioned yesterday that you have undergone some treatment for PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Have you and Scott discussed his PTSD?
No.
He never brought that up to you?
No.
Even though he's brought that up in multiple interviews in this case?
Never brought it up to me.
Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being so close that you guys talk every day, 1 being, I don't even talk to the guy. How close would you say your relationship with Scott is today?
So 10 being like we're talk every day.
Talk every day.
I'd say
no-
about a 7 point. I'd say 7.
7, not a 7.57.
7. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And how about in 2015?
2015. Oh, I'd say about 2015. I'd say about a 5.
About a 5.
4.
So,
It's hard for me to really. I'd have to think about that for a long time to really give a. What I think would. Give the answer that would say how close we were. But I would say about a 5.
about a 5. So, closer now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So back in 2000, just real quickly at the wedding, you said after the wedding of Emily, y'all went to brunch or breakfast the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when your dad allegedly said that that's the last time she's going to embarrass me. I believe those are the words you used.
Yes, sir.
And who was at that breakfast?
Jenna,
Who else?
Scott.
Scott. But your mom was there too.
No.
Everybody was at this breakfast together.
No.
And it was a breakfast, not a brunch.
No.
Everybody but Emily.
No. It was me, Scott, Jenna, and my father.
It was at the hotel, was it not? What hotel did you stay at?
I stayed at the Cool Springs. It's a loft hotel. My father stayed at the Embassy Suites.
Right.
My
That's
mother-
where everybody stayed.
No, my mother did not stay there. My mother did not stay with my father.
You have no proof of that.
I mean, do I have like a video evidence that shows?
Like you just have no proof. You're just saying this to the jury.
I have proof of what I know, but what do you mean by proof?
Any evidence to the contrary.
Like,
Any evidence. You got no evidence. Pictures, photos, anything.
no, I don't
Okay.
know how I would have that.
All right. So let's go back to, you've been to rehab. You've had a number of issues. When would you say your substance abuse was at its highest?
When the day I went to treatment,
When was that?
April, I think 10th of 2021.
2021. So how about back in the mid-teens, around 2015, 16, 17, 18? You drinking then?
Yeah,
Pretty regularly?
yeah.
All right. The reason I bring that up, and I'm not sitting here just trying to, everybody's got problems in their life, and I understand that. But you made a point yesterday to talk about the fact, I believe, and the date is right around the 4th of July 2017, that you got into an altercation with your mother. Where your mother would not let your girls leave with you. And she swiped at you. You remember that distinctly. But you also remember you were going to a Braves game, were you not? And you'd been drinking that day.
No,
And you were drunk.
no, sir.
And your mother was not going to let you leave that house with your kids drunk.
That's not true.
You got any proof of that? Anything? Prior to that, how about this? Had your mother ever took a swipe at you in your life?
Swipe at me, what does that mean?
Tried to hit you. You said yesterday she tried to hit you.
Has my mother ever hit me in my life?
Not when you're a kid and you got spanked. I'm talking about as an adult.
Has she ever hit me as an adult? No.
Okay, so that distinctly set out in your mind from that day.
It was shocking that she would do that to
And
her grown son.
Because, of course, you're testifying to this jury that you weren't drunk.
I was not drunk.
Okay. And you ultimately told her, I believe the words you used was something to the effect of, I can't wait till you're in a pine box. Or tell me how you said that.
I think I said, the next time I see you, you'll be in a pine box because I'm not going to talk to you again for the rest of your life.
All right. And Ella and Addison were standing right there. You said that right in front of them to their grandma, who they loved more than anything.
I think the girls were inside the house.
All right. But the girls continued to go up there, even in that time y'all weren't talking, yes? Whenever, no?
Mm-mm. Not the time when we were not talking. They weren't here.
They
were
went
in
back
Maine.
to Maine.
Yeah.
All right. But in all reality, in that time period, after you and Kendall Lee separated, every single summer, those kids would come down here and immediately you would take them and dump them off at your grandmother's house. Or at your mother's house, their grandmother's house, grandma.
I wouldn't really phrase it like that.
Well, then you phrase it the way you want to.
My kids love going to the farm. They wanted to go there, but it wasn't an immediate thing because Grandma would take them shopping. They're teenage girls.
Okay.
That was a big influence in them immediately wanting to spend time with her, and she also wanted to immediately spend time with them.
Well, let's do this. So, I'm trying. Everybody that I ever cross-examine just knows that I just bounce around, and everybody I talk to in my life, and I'm trying to go as chronologically as possible. I'm going to go forward in time 1 year.
Okay.
On July the 4th, 2018, did you not testify yesterday that you just wanted to get Addison up there because you had a party going on? There was a party going on back at your condo in Buckhead, and you just needed to, Mom, meet me on 400 somewhere. Is that not what happened?
Well, what happened was, as far as efficiency and time management and gas money and things like that, like, it made more sense. She's driving back from Lake Lanier. I'm coming up 400. Why not meet here instead of going all the way west? It didn't make any sense to me at the time.
Because you wanted to get back to your party. You said your friends were there. You were having a party at the pool.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I would rather be hanging out with my friends than sitting in a car.
Than hanging out with your daughter on a holiday.
No, I didn't want my daughter to go. Like what I said I did not want her to go, but it's very hard to tell Miss Addison Marie no. It still is. Miss Addison Marie really wanted to go see Cameron and spend the night at the farm. They had been talking about that leading up to this. With each other, with my mom, with me, with whoever they could talk to about it.
But you and your mother eventually reconciled at a bar in Nashville?
That's the first time I saw her after we didn't speak for a long period of time, and I gave her a hug. I don't know if that's a reconciliation, but it was I wanted to make things better. I always wanted to make things better with my mother. I wanted a happy family.
But everybody was reconciled by Christmas. Because you went up there for Christmas that year,
Went up where?
2017.
To the farm? Excuse me, went to the farm for Christmas of 2017. Oh,
2017.
yeah.
So everything was good by 2017 Christmas.
I remember it being good.
Okay. Your mother had forgiven you for wanting her dead.
I'd never wanted my mother dead.
You said that.
I did not say that. I said the next time I see her, basically, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's a big difference.
All right. Let's talk about your father's spells. Now, you mentioned you never saw the spells,
No, sir.
but you knew about them from Scott, yes?
I knew about him from my mother and Scott and my sisters, and I think even maybe a little bit from my dad, even though he knew how much I worried about him, and he would kind of keep things. He didn't want me to worry. He knew I had kids, and
Yeah.
you know.
So you had, multiple interviews in this case, all the way through 2020, with Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall. And at one point, you were in an interview with Scott, and you're aware that these spells would happen even when your mother was out of town. Like, you knew that. You know that. It wasn't just after he would eat a plate of food from your...
Oh, I was The plate of food thing was just talking about that last instance before he's in the hospital. Like, he never told me anything about the spells before, like if they were around her or not around her, she was out of town, things like that.
Right. But you knew that the spells would happen even when she was out of town. Even with Rusty. If she was with Rusty. Which, by the way, everybody knew about Rusty, right? And we'll come back
Suspicion.
to that. Suspicion, but other people knew. Scott knew. Terry Brazel knew. Everybody knew.
Apparently so, yeah.
Okay. Because your parents lived a separate life. Top of the house, bottom of the house. And you knew that. You may not have liked it, but you knew it, yes?
To some degree, they lived a separate life, yeah.
Yeah. Are we... You got any objections?
I do want to talk about.
You want me to take the jury out? Okay. That's fine. This is the part where I well, I just did that because that's all it is.
Right. Okay. Judge, he's about to introduce an exhibit. I don't have an issue with the content, but I wanted to bring up a little bit.
We should do this outside
Yes.
the presence of the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
This one's you able.
I can run.
We want all the other ones, right?
Yeah, there were, but I
I'm not really getting into that. We're just...
know, but I don't want to have this in the back and be like,
We need to identify the
you know
number.
what I mean? But it can't just be like. Chris, the one that he wants to introduce is essentially a lot. It looks like maybe May through July text messages from Gary Farris's phone. I do not have a problem with the content. The only issue is the format of this report doesn't have contact names, and so the jury will not have context for most of these conversations. It is essentially just phone numbers.
We just go off a lot what we got from the state.
So-
And this is a version of that we got from the state. And for the simple rule, I've got some excerpts from text messages between the two of them. And just for the rule of completeness, we just took that and printed it out to put it in this exhibit.
And my issue is there's like, for example, there's a text where it says, quote, gun. It's in a group chat that he's in with work people. Has nothing to do with this case, but we don't need them to make inferences and assumptions. It's just phone numbers. So I have offered to run this as a report, so it has names on it of the contacts. It would just take a minute.
Well, we can, if y'all want to, we can do that and give that to them later, and you can just ask the questions based
Right.
upon.
Just my excerpt. It was just that was if the court preferred that we go ahead and put the whole thing in now. I wasn't going through the whole thing with this witness.
That's
But-
perfectly fine. If we want to go through with him what you want to go through with, and then we can run it later.
Yeah.
I just didn't want this to go back with them because it has no names.
Right. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead and start that report.
I have to
Or
go.
y'all
It's
can-
upstairs.
either
I mean,
y'all
the
can,
extraction is upstairs.
If y'all want to
And I
mark
need-
them, mark the names, either do your report or if y'all want to.
I think the report may be easier.
It would, and especially if it's if it's all of the messages, the format will be much more readable.
Okay.
I do not mind doing that. I will just need to, let me write down these dates.
Yeah, we'll.
Sorry, this is your
But
pen.
you can go ahead and do the
can have
questions
my-
with them now, and then we can supplement it, and we can. I'll be happy to explain that to
essentially-
them later.
Make sure I'm doing, is this April 20th, 2018 through the incident date?
Yes, ma'am.
April 20th, thank you.
Well, we might as well take anything else we pick up. We might as well take a short break since it's after 10 and they're already back there. Yeah, you can sit down.
It's settled.
Well, before I get to this exhibit, I did want to go back and ask you about the spells one more time. So your dad was not a healthy guy. He had a CPAP machine, yes?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna factor in a few other things. He drank a lot of Mountain Dew. You knew that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cans a day would you say?
I would say at a minimum 2, at least.
Okay.
More than that, probably, but I don't know how many.
And you knew him to be a multiple pack a day Marlboro smoker.
Multiple, I don't know, but I would say he smoked frequently.
Okay. Well, this jury has seen a picture of a trash can that was full of nothing but Mountain Dew and cigarettes.
Sure.
Okay. So you wouldn't describe him as the picture of health.
No, sir.
Okay. So it's reasonable that he could be having some health issues based on these spells.
Sure. I mean, that's what I initially thought they were from.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about, so kind of generally the summer of 2018 and before we get to the condo trip down in Gulf Shores.
Okay.
But I want to talk about your access to your father's money. You said yesterday you had a credit card and his credit card number,
Yeah.
all right? And you said something to the effect of, I had his credit card number and I used it and he'd get mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so I want to show you what is now being marked as Chris 2.
Okay.
And I would ask to admit that over no objection. That's Chris 2. All right. And
Okay.
can you, the phone number, source address 678-59. Right. And then your phone number was 40. Right? So that's from your dad to you. And this is on June the 12th of 2018. He sends you this message that says, what?
Your stealing money is out of control. I will change my accounts tomorrow.
Okay. So what happened there? Did you ever talk to him on the phone about that or anything else?
I don't remember. I never talked to him on the phone about it.
What did you do? I mean, if my dad accused me of stealing money, I think I'd be shocked.
Well, my dad, he could cut pretty deep with his words when he was upset with me.
All right. So what did you do?
I don't remember.
All right. Because you'd used his credit card before without his permission, as you said yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying this, and the statute of limitations is long past. You know that's a felony, right?
I'm not an attorney. I'm not law enforcement. I don't know.
You take somebody's credit card and you spend their money without their permission. That's a theft, right?
Yeah, but he would also allow me to use it too. So, I guess, I don't know.
Okay. And you have no objection.
No.
Now I'm going to show you some messages. So as June went on and you kind of talked about the condo trip, and maybe that was something that you were trying to help make up with your dad after this fight about him accusing you of stealing his money.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you some text messages. I've got them marked Chris 3, Chris 4, and Chris 5. And I'm just going to, it's between you and your dad.
Okay.
So this is about a week and a half, 10 days after the stealing message. So from you to your dad, your source address, your 404.
The source? Oh, up here.
Yeah, you
Oh,
see that?
right. Okay, I see. I'm sorry.
All right, so you've sent what appears to be a VRBO link.
Correct,
Or
yeah.
Verbo, I don't know what it's called. Which one is it?
It's.
Is it just called VRBO?
I think it's VRBO.
Okay, all right. All right, so the next message, and that was sent on 6/22 at 15:57, probably UTC time, so we'll have to get into all that later. But is your dad responding? Saying, I like that building?
Yeah.
Because he tasked you with getting a condo picked out, and he was going to
Yeah.
buy it. All right, so what's the next message?
From me,
Yep.
it says, well, yeah. I mean, I think that was it's a building in Gulf Shores, or Orange Beach. It's like, well, yeah, it is a nice building.
Okay. What kind of building? How big was it? I mean, you said it was.
Oh, well, there were two buildings we were looking at, so I'm not exactly sure. You know, I don't have I have the link to it, but there was the turquoise and there was the Phoenix. Both are nice, so I don't know which one. But they're big. I mean,
Yeah, they are big. And in one of the you were interviewed many times by Hayes and Kuykendall. In one of the interviews, I believe you used the word that this was a place that I could never have afforded, but Dad bought it for us.
well, rented it.
Rented,
Right, yeah.
right, rented it. And you offered in this message, I believe you say, go ahead and tell you what you said.
I said, if you get the condo, I'll cover the dinners out and fishing if we want to go.
Okay. Starting at the top. This one, I believe, maybe it was a picture or something that didn't come through, and it's a blank, so I'll move down. And you say, it's you saying, I can look at other condos? Does that look like?
Yeah.
Okay. And this, Your Honor, would be Chris 4. Any more thoughts on the beach? That's you to your dad?
Yeah.
So-
yeah. Source. That's, yeah.
Okay, so had that kind of conversation gone dark? Because this appears to be 6/26, so 4 days after. Like you and your dad hadn't talked about it, he hadn't brought it up to you.
Sure. You know, my dad's a very busy man, so it wasn't weird for him not to get back to me on certain things.
Okay. And it looks like, I guess he didn't respond. And then you say, that's from you, right? Any
Yeah.
other thoughts on going to the Gulf?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, this is from your dad to you. He finally responds and says, talk tonight.
Hmm?
And then you say, good place? Or he says that?
Source address. That's me saying good place. I don't. Oh, you know what? I know what that's about.
Okay. What's that about?
It's a place in. It's called Adele's. I don't know if it's still open. It used to be a really good Cajun place in downtown Roswell. I think because I was supposed to go eat with him on his birthday, and then I had to work late and ended up not being able to go.
And what was his birthday?
It's right there. It's June 27th.
Okay. So that was his birthday that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is your dad saying, I didn't have a chance to look at any more condo, or is that you? To your dad.
That's me.
Okay. Then you follow up with, sent a link to a condo last night.
That would be the following day. So yeah, I guess on the 28th I did have a chance to, look.
And then we're and timeline wise, just for perspective for the jury, we are now within the last week of your father's life at this point.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And then he said to you, or you said to him, who said what there?
It looks like I texted him. I would say book through the 11th or 12th, arrive on the 7th. So get there on the 7th, and we'd leave on like the 11th or 12th.
Okay. So this is again a message from you to your dad. Could you read it?
7th through 11th are available dates. So just do that.
So you send him the link. He puts in the credit card information and books it.
Yes.
That's how that went?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then he says,
I booked it.
and you say,
Great. Will be fun.
you would, of all the children you would use your father's money the most, would you not?
I don't know that. I mean, doesn't seem an unreasonable thing to say. You know, I was the only one with children, and he, like I said yesterday, he helped out a lot with that kind of stuff.
Well, who else? I mean, would you say you or Scott received the most from your father?
I have no idea. I mean, Scott never went to college. I did. My dad paid for it. I mean, I don't know the numbers.
Okay. But if you had to say for this jury, you or Scott received the most money from your dad, who would it be?
I don't know.
All right, let's move to July the 3rd. Well, no, scratch that. Let's back up and go to the birthday weekend. So birthday weekend, everybody's there. Everything's normal, yes?
Normal for us, yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And, you know, you say normal for us. Y'all are, it has been used and alluded to this term of a Ferris wheel. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No.
The drama of the Ferris wheel.
No.
You've never heard that?
No, sir.
Well, you've heard it now. So why was it not normal for you then that weekend?
What do you mean?
You said it was normal for us, but not normal.
Well, my father had communicated to me how upset that my mother was that we were going to the beach. So there was some tension there. You know, he didn't want me to really talk about it because she was very pissed off.
Right. Because less than a month before, you had been caught stealing off of their credit card.
Wait, can you explain what?
Oh, I'll ask it again. So, you make it unreasonable that your mother would be upset that your dad has bought you a trip to go to the beach, but a month before, you were stealing from your parents. So here's my question.
Okay.
It's not unreasonable for your mother to be agitated at that point.
Well, I think what was kind of funny to me was I talked to my mother about it, and she never said anything to me about my dad wanted her to go. I wanted my mom to go. Well, kind of. I wanted my mom to go because my dad wanted my mom to go so badly. He said, you know, we've been through all this. I still love her. And I asked my mother, I said, hey, we're going to just come on, you know. And she's like, well, I've got stuff to do. She never said, no, I'm not going because you stole money from us. She never said that to me.
She never said that to you.
Right.
But that's a reasonable thought.
I guess it could be reasonable. I mean,
Yes?
guess what?
It's reasonable?
I guess a certain person maybe could think it's reasonable. I'll give you that.
Okay. Other than that weekend, y'all did the normal stuff. Y'all rode around on the RTV.
Yeah.
Did y'all grill out?
My brother smoked some barbecue.
Yeah. Birthday cake.
I'm sure yeah, my dad was a big fan of caramel cake. Yeah, there's probably one involved.
Grandma cooked a big spread.
I think she made the side items.
Good side on coleslaw, things like that.
Yeah, we'd have coleslaw.
Your mom was a good cook.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So was that the Saturday of that weekend or Sunday? Which we've actually got so it would have been Sunday, July the 1st, or Saturday last day.
I believe it was Saturday.
Okay. How long were y'all there that day?
Oh, I would say, because I went to Academy to get his gift, got there, I'd say for at least a couple hours.
All right. And Amanda and Chad were there.
Yes, sir.
And Cameron?
I can't remember that for the life of me, but I kind of think she might have been. I just don't remember.
So Emily and Chris were there.
Yeah.
Chris Payne. And Olivia, the
Yes.
baby. How old was Olivia at that point?
She wasn't even a year old yet. She was still in a bouncer, like bouncing around, and I remember recording videos of. So she wasn't even a year old.
Okay. And the girls were obviously still up in Maine,
Correct, yes, sir.
coming down on Tuesday. So anybody else there? Scott.
Scott was
bring a
there.
date. Bring a
Scott was
friend?
there. I think Ted, his friend, was there.
Ted Pierce.
Yeah,
Okay. Who you play golf with a lot?
Yeah.
Did you know Ted?
yeah,
Did you ever play golf with Ted?
yes, I did.
Okay.
Few times.
Who's a better golfer, you, Ted, or Scott?
I would say me.
All right. How much would you say that your brother would play golf? Or like that?
I know he'd go play golf with his friends a lot more than me. I was always trying to get him to play, but our schedules, it was hard for me to play a lot as much as I would want to. But I know he played with his friends.
Like a
good
lot,
bit.
like every week.
Oh, I don't know that. To me, a lot is playing every month. Once a month, to me, is a lot. So.
All right. So on the 3rd, which would have been that Tuesday, which I can't even see that myself. So that would have been. So what did you do that Monday on the 2nd?
I don't remember. It was a holiday week, so I don't remember if I worked or what. I don't remember.
All right. So the 3rd, that was when you went to Hartsville Jackson to pick up your daughters.
That is
Still
correct.
alive?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that flight?
Well, flights that leave Maine usually leave at like 6 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes they get delayed, but they're usually about 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
So what time did they get to Atlanta at what time?
They would land. I would have to go in through security, depending on. It would probably be between around 9 a.m.
Okay. And you basically already said that there was kind of a plan that the girls were going to split up and go in kind of their own. One to hang out with Cameron. Who
Sure.
was going to hang out with Cameron? That was going to be Addison.
Yes.
Okay. And then Ella was going to go hang out with
Emma.
Emma, who was Terry Brazel's daughter.
Correct.
Is Terry Brazel's daughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But over at his ex's house in Cumming.
Well, that's where I dropped her off. She was a horse trainer, and
Right.
they had this facility somewhere over there, and she was all really excited to go. Like, they were gonna have a sleepover at the facility and ride
Yeah.
horses. Yeah,
So you took her up there,
I did.
like as soon as y'all landed?
No,
Okay. Where was it? Did Addison drive up there with you to drop her off? Or
Yeah.
did you leave her with Jenna?
no, she rode with me. Jenna was at work that day.
Okay. So, refresh. You've been testifying now for a while.
Yes, sir.
So let's make sure we can get our timelines right. What did you do next after you drop her off?
After I dropped Ella off,
Yes.
I remember backing out of the driveway and literally picking up the phone and calling my father.
All right. And what did your dad say?
He said, I said, what are you doing? He said, well, working. I said, oh, cool. I was like, on your way back, do you want to get dinner? I thought he meant at the office. He said, oh, no, I'm working at the farm.
Right.
So
And that was when they were pulling up. I believe there was the rose bushes, things like that.
there were some bushes in the back. I just remember them, not rose bushes, but I think box because they had boxwoods behind
Right.
the house, and they would they're my dog I think would actually urinate on them, and that might have been why they died. But I remember something of the conversation about that. But they were
So,
dead shrubs in the back of the RTV.
so he said, but him and your mother were doing yard work that day, which is not unusual, right?
Oh, that's not unusual.
That's what they did. And they did it together,
Farm.
right?
Maybe. I don't know. He never.
Okay.
I never saw them doing it together, doing it apart. I just know what I saw that day, and it was him by himself when I pulled up.
At that moment. But that was later on. That's about 5:30.
Well, I mean, that's maybe 20 minutes after that phone call I had with him.
So they're pulling up boxwoods that day, and Addison had texted Grandma,
Yeah.
and Grandma said she's busy, and they're working in the yard, something to that effect, but come over tomorrow.
I'd have to see those text messages. I don't know.
You don't know for sure?
I know she said I'm busy. I don't know if she said you can come tomorrow. I don't know.
Come tomorrow?
The part about I'm busy is the part I remember. The other stuff about, oh, you can't come because we're working in the yard, or you can't come, or you can come tomorrow, that part I don't know. The part of I'm busy, I know.
So
But if you have them, I'd be glad to.
how about this? You don't know, and that's a fine answer. But you
Oh,
don't.
no. I know the part about I'm busy because Addison told me.
Right?
Yeah.
But she came over Grandma made it a point the next day. Addison's coming over with Cameron.
Made it a point, like on the fall.
The next
Because
day on the 4th.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what
Absolutely.
you're asking me. You know, did she say on the 3rd? I don't
don't
know.
know.
I don't know.
All right, but on the 4th, she made sure that Addison was coming over with Cameron.
Yeah, she called me and said, "Hey, if she would still want to have the sleepover."
And Addison goes by Addie, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's just call her Addie.
Yeah, that's fine.
Made sure she'd come over the next day.
She called me on the 4th of July to say, "Hey, does she still want to have the sleepover tonight?"
Yeah.
I went. Addie's swimming in the pool. I said, "Hey, do you still want to go over there?" "Oh yeah." I took her over there.
All right, so then you get up to the your parents' house, the farm.
Yeah.
About
I went to
5?
Wendy's to get her dinner. Then I came to the farm.
Okay. And because she just wanted to see Grandma real quick. Is that why? Or Big Daddy and Grandma? Addison?
Oh, you're talking about on the 3rd.
On the 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm bounced around.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My father had just seen Ella in May because Ella had come down. He hadn't seen Addie since Christmas.
Since Christmas.
And so we're like 15, 20 minutes from, if even that, from the farm. So I was like, hey, had that conversation with him. I wanted her to go see her grandfather. I wanted her grandfather to see her. And my mother too.
Right.
But I didn't know my mom was there.
Right. Because
Yeah.
she was working. You just don't know.
I just didn't know.
Didn't know. But didn't y'all all walk over as a family that day to the barn to look at the ducks?
I drove my truck from the house to the barn. I think either Addie rode in the truck with me or she walked with my mom. My dad drove the RTV. But yeah, we all went from the house to the barn to look at the ducks.
But everything seemed perfectly normal that day.
Nothing at that time. Nothing stood out to me that wasn't normal. There was one thing that seemed not normal.
Go ahead.
Well, anytime my daughters asked my mom to come over there to spend the night or anything, she would jump at the opportunity to have that. And
Go ahead.
this time she said, "No, I'm busy." And that just was that had never happened before. Like, I'd almost have to tell my mom, "Hey, back off. Like, I want to spend some time with my kids."
Because they
and
were
that's great. She loved my children. My children loved her. I love that. Loved that.
But working in the yard and it was hot that day, yes?
Oh yeah, it was hot.
Hot that day. It's not unreasonable for someone to say, we'll do it tomorrow. I'm doing yard work today. That is not an unreasonable thing to say. It's not.
It wouldn't be an unreasonable thing for me to say,
This is just your interpretation
Right.
after years and everything that's happened. So let's do this. You were never, really no one was ever asked until about 2019, 2020, what your dad was wearing that day.
Mm-hmm.
What was the last thing? You remember finally somebody asked you, what was your dad wearing?
Yeah.
What was your dad wearing?
My dad, when he would work in the yard, would wear, or when I say the yard, it's a farm, okay? So it's not like mowing the grass. There's things to do. He would wear long pants, almost like cargo pants, like the type you get it like
Not Carhartt, but just cargo?
cargo.
Okay.
I don't know what brand, but outdoorish wear. And then I just remember him wearing like It wasn't a T-shirt. It was like a almost, you know, those fishing shirts that.
Like a Huck shirt, something like that?
Yeah, it wasn't a Huck shirt, but I would have known if it was a Huck shirt. I like Huck shirts, but it wasn't. Maybe like a Columbia type.
Something like that.
Yeah.
PFG, some kind of shirt like that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your mom wearing?
I don't remember really. See, you know, when you're thinking about these things back and forth, and people are asking you, try to remember.
You want to know something? Nobody's ever asked you. Nobody's ever asked you
Yeah.
or anybody what your mother was wearing that
I
day.
think somebody asked me that.
Well, what was she wearing?
Well, I don't really remember.
Okay. And so, what was your last memory and interaction with your father?
I said, we'll see you. Maybe we can go watch fireworks the next. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
My last thing I said to my father was, all right, well, we're going to go back to Buckhead and, you know, maybe we can go, you know, see the fireworks tomorrow night or something like that. And I don't remember even what he said. I wish I did. I wish. That's all I remember.
But you do remember he was preparing a burn pile. A
Yeah,
large burn
preparing.
pile.
Oh yeah, he told me he was. He's like, I'm getting that ready to burn. You know, I said, when are you gonna burn it? You know, tomorrow.
That evening you left and you went with Addie to the Poke Bowl. And take your time.
I don't know the name of the restaurant, but yeah,
I believe yesterday you said it was the Poke Bowl.
it's a poke bowl restaurant.
Oh, okay.
But it you know, it could be poke fin, poke what, I don't remember the
And you
exact
paid in
name.
cash.
I either paid or Jenna paid, or Jenna was with us. I might have paid in cash. I don't remember.
And are you still married to Jenna?
No.
So y'all went back to your apartment. Is the Poke Bowl in the same building as the condo?
Oh no. Poke bowls at Peachtree Battle and Peachtree Street intersect. The Poke Bowl restaurant was.
And then y'all went back, and what happened?
We, after Poke Bowl, I know we went and got ice cream they have these rolled ice cream places, and I always, like to take my kids to like cool places like that, and where they, freeze it and roll it and they make it all fancy. So we went and got ice cream.
Like Cold Stone Creamery used to be, or maybe it still is.
Yeah, it's like Sub-Zero. Anyway,
Yeah.
It's not important. But we went and got ice cream. And then we went back to the condo.
Okay. And what time did you go to bed?
I remember I watched Jaws that night.
Jaws 1, 2, or 3?
Probably 1, because that's my favorite one. I don't remember what time I went to bed.
But you do remember that you went to bed in a room by yourself.
Yeah, Jenna, and when the girls would come, they like sleeping next to Jenna. Yeah, so I slept in the guest room.
So both girls slept with Jenna?
Well, Ella was, remember,
Up at Beth's.
She was
At Beth's.
At Beth's, yes.
So it was just Addie and Jenna sleeping
Yeah.
in y'all's bedroom,
Uh-huh.
and then you slept in the guest bedroom.
Correct.
All right. And then, is it not also true that they came down to see you at the Peachtree Road race the next morning? You were already down there.
Who?
Addie and Jenna.
Well, I know Addie walked down with me.
She walked down with you.
Yeah.
But what time was that?
It was early. It was a lot earlier than I normally would get up, probably on 4th of July.
What time were you up on the 4th of July?
It had to be. That race starts early in the morning, so it had to be 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
And the farm was how far from your house?
It'd take you a good 45 to 50 minutes to get there from Buckhead.
45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And okay, so the next morning, so y'all go. Did you watch the whole race?
No, sir.
Okay.
Like we didn't see the the actual competition people, like how they start with the professional runner. I'm a professional.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
going to ask you one more question, and then we'll move on from this topic. You was your phone ever dumped in this case? Like they did an extraction? We're always extracting phones in these cases, and it takes forever to actually do a case like this because so many phone extractions. But did they extract your phone?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, did they ever do any kind of a geofence on your phone? Do you know about that? To see where you were?
Yeah, absolutely. They told me they did.
They told you, but you don't know for sure. Did they show you a map?
I was shown a map at some point of something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I was shown a map at some point during during interviews about this whole thing.
Okay, because you've been interviewed a lot.
2 or 3 times.
Have you ever been considered as a suspect?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. But you were the last person who saw your father alive, outside of your mother,
And my daughter.
and maybe even Scott.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Was your daughter already in the car when you walked away from your dad?
What's my daughter? I don't remember.
Don't remember.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But maybe, I don't know.
Did you get in a fight with your dad about him regretting potentially paying that much money for this trip,
No.
and that maybe he was going to call off the trip?
Nope.
Okay, let's talk about the pool party. When did y'all went to breakfast? You went to Waffle House that day, or was that on the
Are
3rd?
you talking about the 4th?
The 4th, yeah.
Yeah, we went to Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel that day, because you went out to Norcross to give a check to an individual that worked for you in your painting
I think
business.
his name was Julio. Yeah.
Okay. So you go out there, and his name was Julio?
I think so. I think it was Julio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got back, and what time did the pool party start?
Oh, I don't remember. Sometime after noon, like after 12 p.m. But I don't remember exactly what time.
All right. And how long were you at the pool party before you took Addie up to the house?
Oh, man. A few hours. Maybe 2 or 3 hours at least, 3 or 4. I don't remember.
And you knew your mom was up at Lake Lanier Islands with
Cameron. And Scott. Cameron, Chad, and Amanda.
All right. But Scott was also over at Lake Lanier, but he'd been playing golf that morning? Do you know?
I knew he was playing golf because I saw it on Snapchat, and I remember messaging him on Snapchat saying, God dang, you're playing golf early, aren't you?
Like, what time was he playing golf?
It was early, I don't remember exactly what time. I just remember, how you look at a picture and you see kind of the haze.
Like, he did a Snapchat post that morning about playing golf.
Yeah.
It's like a selfie and...
No, not a selfie. It's just his Snapchat.
Okay. Just like of the golf course, happy 4th of July, maybe a beer or something, I don't know.
I don't know about a beer, but yeah, I think the happy 4th of July thing probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems to ring a bell.
All right. So you texted about, so you knew he was there, you knew your mom was up at the lake, your mom messages you, doesn't agree to meet on 400, you take her up to the house, Addie.
She called me.
Your mom called you.
Mm-hmm.
What'd she say?
Like I said before, she said, hey, does Addie still want to come have the sleepover at the farm?
Obviously she said yeah.
Yeah, I always just remember, walked over. She's in the pool swimming. I said, "Hey, you still want to go up there?" Because
You didn't really want to go because you're at the pool party.
I didn't want to go just because it was so late in the day. I was like, well, you know, we're already kind of here, you know, and so, but like I said, if she wanted to go, I was going to take her.
Okay. I want to ask you a question right now.
Okay.
So you took your daughter up there, and there she was. And I'm going to very point blank ask you this question.
Okay.
Don't you think it's a little absurd to think that if your mother gruesomely killed your father and burned him on a burn pile, that she would invite your daughter up to her house? Her granddaughter, whom she loved more than anything.
I think it's sick and twisted.
So you think, is that what you think?
Yeah.
And that was, what did you do the rest of the night on the 4th?
Went home, we shot fireworks, and just hung out with Jenna, and that's it.
Okay. So tell me about the 5th. Let's move on to the 5th.
Okay.
What'd you do? Tell me when you got up.
Woke up, you know, I knew I needed to go up there, pick Addison up. At some point, Amanda called me, and she said, you know, Daddy's missing. And that increased my haste to get to the farm.
And Judge, if we could switch back over to the computer. So, and I'm showing you what's previously been marked as Thrasher 51. Can you tell me, you walked up, where did you see Amanda and your mother sitting?
You see those steps?
I'm pointing, these steps right here?
Yes, those.
And so they were they just sitting on the steps?
Mm-hmm.
All right, what were they talking about when you walked up?
Oh, I don't know what they were talking about. I know what I was talking about.
Okay. What about Scott? Where was Scott?
He was not right there. I don't know where he was at the time. I don't remember. I don't know. I didn't know. You know, I hadn't talked to my brother.
So nobody was sitting on the back porch. Y'all never went back there? You
Nobody
weren't
was
there?
sitting on the back porch.
Okay. So where did you walk?
I walked into the kitchen first.
This is the kitchen, right?
Yep. I mean, that's where the door kind of goes in, right there.
Right. And this
And
is
then
this
you turn
is
right to the kitchen.
this is what the kitchen looked like that day. I gotta ask you a question. Do you smell any detergents or Cloroxes or anything like that?
I don't remember that. No. Mm-mm.
Okay. And this would have been the dining room.
Yeah, that's the formal dining room.
And this kind of behind where this orchid plant is, that'd be the door going down to the basement.
Correct, sir.
Did you walk where did you go in the house?
Well, I walked in, you know, and I remember going to the kitchen, and then I'm thinking I need to find my dad's wallet, because that would tell if he's still possibly here or not. It would give a tell if he wouldn't leave the house without his wallet.
Right.
You know, he's missing. I'm trying to figure out where he's at.
Right.
That tells me, well, if his wallet's here, then
Because,
he should be here.
and you've talked about, a number of witnesses have kind of talked about that your dad would just kind of go sometimes and be gone for a period of time. Meaning he was at work, he just didn't tell everybody where he was at. Maybe go to Birmingham.
Yeah. No, I mean, he wouldn't text us every day and say, hey, this is my plan for the day.
He was kind of independent guy,
Right.
right? Kept to himself a lot. His world was small outside. He had his big business world,
He was pretty introverted when
but
he
he
was
was
at home.
introverted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of his domain was in that basement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you went down to the basement, right?
Well, I went to the garage first to look in the Mercedes.
All right. Are you aware? This is shocking, but nobody's ever taken a picture of your dad's Mercedes for this case. Nobody. To see if that wallet was in the Mercedes or anything that was in that Mercedes. It was never taken.
Well, the picture I just saw is while it's sitting on the counter.
Okay, but nobody took a picture of his Mercedes.
Okay.
This is your dad's. Was this just kind of a formal library, but nobody actually used it?
I don't know.
It's very nice. I don't know.
I never sat in there. I would sit in there and look at like old yearbooks or just look at. I mean, there's tons of like all my yearbooks are in there. We had a lot of things in there. But I never spent hours sitting in there, or knew anybody who did.
So you walk downstairs. I'm trying to get there as soon as I can. Is there a way, Megan, to get just a screen of all the pictures? My constant inability to use technology will never cease to amaze. That's what I need. Thank you so much. You. I promise I'm going to take a class someday. Okay. So this is the kind of living room area downstairs, yes?
In the basement, correct?
In the basement?
Yes, sir.
Did you go down there?
Yes.
And as you were walking around down there, did you ever see any blood?
No.
Did you see a bullet?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this. Are you aware? Now, at what point did Scott come up to you and tell you that a gun was missing?
He never came up to me and said a gun's missing. He just kind of was talking about it. That's what I testified to yesterday.
Well, I'm asking you again because sometimes.
Yeah, he never pulled me aside and said, "Hey, I have this gun." Like he was saying it for everybody knew.
So Amanda was right there.
Oh yeah.
Mom, right there.
Yeah.
Was that when you first came up?
No, I remember him saying that. This is after what we discovered in the burn pile, and from what I remember, after 911 had been called. From what I remember.
And did you hear your brother say something to the effect of, I was in Afghanistan or Iraq. He was in Iraq, correct? And I know what burned bodies look like.
I don't remember him saying that, but I think he told me he had said that, or somebody told me he had said that.
I mean, were you standing there when he was calling 911? Because he told 911 that.
Yeah, no, because he said, when he said, "Get the girls out of here, I'm calling 911," I got the girls out of there.
Right.
Yeah, so I didn't hear his actual conversation with 911.
So are you aware that your brother Scott says that there was a revolver of some variety in that drawer right there?
Yes.
That he found it. Now, again, going back to and the statement you said earlier, and I'm going to ask you the question. And the jury can hear the answer. But Grandma loves those grandchildren. How ridiculous is it that Grandma would leave a gun in open access for children to have access to?
Well, I sure wouldn't do it.
But your mom wouldn't either.
I don't know that.
You know her.
I'm her firstborn son. I know her.
Did you ever hear the story of the year before when she made sure that when Scott had surreptitiously left the .32 in the barn, that she made sure it was moved up high so that those kids could never touch that gun in a barn?
I never heard that story.
And this, just because you're more familiar with the basement and the basement arrangement, these candles, is this glass holding up these candles?
It appears to be glass. I mean, you see through it. I doubt they're plastic.
And that's a glass table.
It is, sir.
And this is fine leather furniture.
I'm
And,
sure
and
it
your
is.
mother had the finest furnishings.
She had Very good taste.
And when you were down there, nothing seemed out of place.
It didn't.
Nothing was broken.
Nope.
And then back to the dining room. These are fine silk chairs, are they not?
They are, I guess. I mean, I guess they're silk.
Well,
you say so. Like,
Well, I don't know.
I'll agree to that.
It was your mama's house. I just didn't know
Yeah.
if you'd ever sit there for a holiday or
I'm not
anything.
much on fabrics.
But it was a fabric chair.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And these are fine, ornate lamps. Wouldn't you agree?
They're very nice.
All these furnishings. But nothing was broken. Nothing was out of place. You were there this weekend, the weekend before.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Okay. So you would agree with me that it's a bit absurd that the state is contending that that is where your mother shot your father. You would agree that's absurd.
I don't agree with that. No.
But
I
you
don't know where she shot my dad. I don't know if she shot my dad.
You don't know it. You don't know if.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I didn't see anybody do anything to anybody.
But you were the first man on the scene there, one of the first.
Yeah.
Nothing out of place.
Nothing was out of place, sir.
Same view in the basement, because that's also where the state is maybe contending where she shot your dad. Nothing out of place.
Right. I wasn't looking for bullets. I was looking for my dad's wallet. I was looking for my father.
Okay. Did your ex-wife, when did y'all get a divorce, Jenna?
Our divorce was final in December of 2021.
Okay. And are you aware that she did an interview back in 2018, and she ended that phone call very oddly with, "I'm done talking. Can I be done now?" Did you ever know that? Were you in the room when she was talking to
wasn't.
Kuykendall?
Nope.
Okay. And she never brought up any time ever seeing a gun. Did you find out later that all of a sudden she made up like she saw a gun, or do you know that at all?
No.
Okay. But again, when you went downstairs, nothing out of place. You went to his room.
I did.
CPAP machine was there. Did you check that?
I didn't check it. Like I didn't register in my mind to see if the CPAP was there. At that time, no.
So I want to ask you this. So you guys start then combing out across the property. You said you went out to the barn. Did you notice anything in the barn out of place?
No, sir.
Did you smell any cleaning chemicals in the barn?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the tractor?
No, sir.
There are a certain number of family members that know where the tractor normally is and things like that, but you wouldn't have been that guy. You didn't know that guy.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay.
I didn't know how to drive tractor.
Right. Did you look through the barn? Did you go up to Scott's apartment?
I don't remember if I would assume I did, but I don't remember exactly.
So let's talk about Scott.
Okay.
We're almost done. We're getting close to lunch. I know the jury's getting hungry, and so am I. So are you. Scott was in the military.
Yes, sir.
What was his duties in the military?
He was infantry. I know he drove a Bradley, which is a armored vehicle.
Okay. Do you know any details about his service?
No. I mean, I know, I don't know the name of the town in Iraq where he was stationed. But I remember, him kind of telling me about it. I mean, he would call me from over there and say, check in, briefly. But I probably can't give you the most details about his exact service. like day-to-day type thing.
Did he ever mention, because he mentioned to 911 and a number of law enforcement in this case that he knew what a burned body looked like? Did he ever mention any stories, any situations in Iraq?
No. I
And
never asked.
and that's not unusual
Yeah,
for
I know.
vets.
Yeah.
But he's mentioned it, and so that's why I was asking you, since you guys are much closer.
Yeah. No, I never asked him, and I didn't want to ask him about that. I just kind of, if he wanted to tell me anything like that, that'd be fine. But no, we never talked about that.
But your brother, being in infantry division,
Mm-hmm.
was obviously well trained in firearms
Oh yeah.
and had a number of firearms.
Hmm.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this: did you ever know of your brother having a revolver?
No.
All right. Did you ever know of your brother having a .357 stolen from him while he was living in Columbus?
I know his apartment in Columbus got broken into, but I
You
don't
do?
know what was stolen.
What proof of that do you have?
Because I remember I went with my mom down there, and there was something. He told me about it. That's all.
He told you about it.
He told me about it.
That's it.
That's it.
Did you know that Scott was married?
Well, I found that out eventually.
So he hid that from the family.
He hid it from me, I know.
So when did you find out that Scott got married while he was in the military?
Sunday. What is that? That 8th? I can't see that
Sunday.
far.
Well, I'll help you. I'll help you. My eyes are about the same.
Yeah, let's say I can see a little bit. Sunday the 8th.
So that Sunday, July the 8th, 2018, you
Yeah.
found that your brother had been married
Yeah.
and divorced, we
Yeah.
believe. I don't know for sure. For the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there were some things you didn't know about your brother,
Sure.
right? And did you know that almost for your brother to do anything on that farm, he had to ask your dad for the debit card? Every time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know every time, but
Would
I
it
thought-
shock you if I showed you text message after text message?
It wouldn't shock me that if he needed a debit card, but I don't know if he had a card that did, like an account for the farm. I don't know. I mean, I that was never discussed with me.
Would it shock you that your brother, Scott, so it was his trail cam out there. Did you ever go see the trail cam?
No.
When you guys were walking the property, would it shock you that the last picture before the input that says delete is your brother Scott walking away from that trail cam? Would that shock you?
No. I mean, why would it shock me?
It wouldn't shock you that your brother deleted the trail cam the day you were looking for your father?
I mean, I don't know when that happened. If it was before, I don't.
No,
really
I'm
know.
talking right about 1 o'clock when you guys have called 911.
Right.
That he thinks to go to the trail cam and hit delete.
Yeah, I don't.
That's shocking,
I
isn't
don't
it?
really know the context of it, how that happened.
Did you know your brother had a drawer full of 38 special bullets?
Yeah, he told me
Yeah, and he had,
after this all happened.
like, how long after?
It was a while after. It was like a year, and we were just talking about things. And he said, "Yeah, I had some 38 caliber ammunition. It was some of it. It was kind of like a junk drawer." And my friends, one of my friends, because his buddies would come over and shoot at the farm, and they would bring their guns. And he's like, "Yeah, that's where that ammunition came from."
Like tactical shooting. Did you ever see him do any drills of tactical shooting? Like on Facebook? He'd put
Oh yeah. Well, I noticed he would kind of, I mean, he was, how would you say, his form was, he'd be like kind of walking, things like that. So at tactical shooting, I remember seeing a video of him.
You've seen him do
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty good at it, you'd say.
Yeah, Scott's always, we used to go hunting and stuff. He's always been a good shot.
In the multiple interviews that you had in this case, there's things, Chris, I got to tell you, you're a pretty smart guy. You are. And you could see you along the way. You could see you along the way questioning even things that even the police weren't questioning. They asked you, how could your mother have moved your dad? And you just, I don't know. I don't think there's any way. Someone must have helped her.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
Oh. I don't remember saying that, but I don't think it's unreasonable that I might have said that.
Okay. Well, and I'm not going to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you of this. It's this jury right here that I'm mostly concerned
Sure,
about.
I understand.
But let's just legitimately talk about this. Your dad was how big?
He's bigger.
Because you're tall, but you're skinny.
I'm skinny. That's like a crazy here, but
How much
my dad was a big man.
How much do you weigh?
Right now, I weigh 245 pounds.
All right. How much did you weigh in 2018?
Probably probably about the same. Maybe
Okay.
235, maybe, I fluctuate between 230, 245, 250.
Let's talk about your brother. He's bigger than you, right?
He's taller than me.
Yeah. How much does he weigh?
I don't know. I bet, I don't know. I've never talked to him about how much he
Y'all
weighs.
are all big. Y'all are big dudes.
Right.
Okay. So, but he's probably, if he's taller than you, it's reasonable to say he's between 250 and 300 pounds.
Sure.
Okay. And your dad was about how tall and how much did he weigh?
I would say he's my height, around 6'4", and he probably weighed, anywhere from 280 to 300 pounds, I would say.
On the heavier side, wouldn't?
Yeah.
Okay. So you legitimately, you were questioning even Hayes and Kuykendall. How could my mom do this? You don't have an answer to that, do you? Because how much does your mother weigh?
Maybe between 100 and 120 pounds, or I don't know how much she weighs now. But at the time, maybe somewhere between that. I don't know.
She's a little lady.
Never asked her.
How tall is your mama? She's a little lady.
5'5".
Okay. You told the jury yesterday that when you left that evening, there was a lot of things that maybe you even blacked out on that day. It was a long day. I understand that. But you told the jury yesterday that as you were leaving, you couldn't even get a tank of gas because your checking account had been
overdrawn. Yeah.
bounced.
I can't remember if it was bounced or if it was like a security holder. I went and it said, please see cashier, and I looked. I don't remember exactly what, but yeah, I think I told. I wasn't able to use it. Let's put it that way. And I didn't have a credit card on me.
Why did you, as time went on, you became the temporary executor of the estate and you lost it? Why did you lose that? What was that taken from you?
I don't think it was necessarily. From what I remember, I don't think it was taken. It was just kind of agreed upon because obviously my sister Amanda and my mother were very much opposed to that of me, and so she had an attorney.
Wasn't it?
But I don't remember if it was taken from me or if we just all kind of agreed, like, okay, let's just do.
Did Barry Bishop or Jeff Rustbridge ever tell you it was because of your inability to manage the assets of the estate?
Nobody ever told me
That you were losing assets of the estate?
No, Barry Bishop and Jeff Rutcher. We had a conversation that basically said, well, your mother is accusing you of doing these things. And I said, I have no access to the funds of the estate. It's all frozen.
Your Honor, if I may have one brief moment. Yesterday, you said something that struck me, and I think it's important that I get your words right. You said something to the effect, Ms. Frankish asked you a question about the finances and your father passing. And I believe you said his kids would financially gain if he died.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of fact. If your parents pass away, the money, like I have a will too. I have if something was to happen to me, my kids would, get what I have. I have life insurance, but both of my daughters' names on it.
I believe you said that they would be you would be better off financially.
I don't remember saying that,
But you would be financially better off
if what?
if you were to get the estate in this case. Because it's still held up,
Like
correct?
right now?
Like nothing, nothing's been able to access because, of course, this case
Right.
is going on.
Yeah. No, I mean, nothing's been accessed at all.
Right.
So, I mean, which is
So
fine.
you would financially benefit if your mother is convicted of murder.
I guess you could say that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Hi, Ms. Frazier.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about your mom a little bit. When you guys would have family gatherings, where would you find your mom? What would she be doing for the family?
She's usually in the kitchen.
Was that kind of like her domain? She liked to cook?
Yeah, I mean, she was always cooking at family gatherings. That was,
Would she cook for your dad too?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Weaver brought up guns quite a bit. Do you know anything about guns?
A little bit. I had a couple guns I bought in 2020 and 2021. I have gotten to the hobby of shooting. I'd go to the shooting range, and I had a buddy who managed the shooting, I think it's the shooting alley or Quick Shot in Buckhead, so he wouldn't charge me he'd just let me come. So, yeah.
Do you know enough to know the difference between a revolver and like a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever know anybody in your family? Now, when I asked you this question, we already know about the 32, the older one in the barn. Did you know about that one?
Yeah.
Whose was that?
That was my grandfather's.
Okay. And did he have other kinds of pistols?
Yeah. Yes.
What did he have? Do you know?
I just remember him. I spent a lot of time up in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Okay, so when he would close the hardware store, he armed himself, and it was almost like a shoulder. I don't know what the word is. Forgive me, but it's like a holster where you kind of put it around your arm, not around your waist, but kind of like, I don't know what that's called.
Like a backstrap type.
Right, and he had a revolver.
But you didn't know what kind.
I didn't know what kind. No.
When Scott's guns got stolen, around what year was that?
He would have just been back. If you can give me just a second to think about it.
Before 2012?
I would say probably so. Yeah.
Before 2016?
Yeah, I mean, because he was at Benning when he got back from Iraq. Well, he was stationed there. He had an apartment there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
No objection.
Chris, I just want you to look at this and read it to yourself before I ask you some questions about
What kind of pistol?
it. Okay, to yourself.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Does that appear to be a text message between you and your brother Scott?
Yes.
State moves to enter into evidence C. Farris 1.
No objection.
If you could, well, I'm going to come back up to you because I don't have another copy of this. If you could read this to the jury for me and read the date and time.
On 7/10/2016 at 11:53 a.m., it looks like I texted my brother, "What kind of pistol do you have?" ? On 7/10/2016 at 12 p.m., he texted me, "I don't have one." Or don't have one. There's no I. It's just don't have one.
Thank you. Chris, do you recall ever seeing a revolver in any of the homes, in your Alpharetta home or the farm?
Yeah. I saw a revolver other than the .32 at my parents' house in Alpharetta, the Hampton Hall house, Ridgehaven Run, the house they lived in before the farm.
And where did you see that?
It was on the counter in the kitchen.
Do you know why it was there?
I don't know why. I had come over and it was sitting there, and I grabbed it and I actually, because it's just sitting out, and I grabbed it and I put it on top of the fridge. It was like a longer burger basket was up there, and I put it up there. Yeah.
And was that did you say what kind of gun that was?
It was a revolver.
And have you ever seen it since then?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry, me.
That's okay. Did you ever ask either of your parents about it?
I don't remember.
You mentioned that the kids could possibly gain if your dad passed away. Scott was living at the farm, and your dad was funding his life. Is that true?
Sure, yeah.
When your dad passed, who did the farm go to?
My mother.
So if your dad had passed, Scott would essentially be homeless.
Yes.
And your mom was the beneficiary of your dad's 401k?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly. Oh, as to the gun back at the Hampton Hall house, what did it look like?
I remember it being like, kind of like a shiny metallic. You know, like the metal of the gun? It was kind of like shiny. And I almost remember it having like a, almost like an ivory handle to it.
Old gun?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a gun history
Not a gun
person.
guy.
Not a gun history person. You know, I know some stuff, but yeah.
Long nose or short nose?
Short nose.
Okay. And you know you've never told anybody in any of your interviews this before, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Well, hold on. Mr. Ray says I got something else. That's all I have.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
I can step down.
Thanks.
We got a 20-minute witness.
We do.
Okay, let's bring them all in.
You know me.
State husband, formerly Farris.
Hey, y'all. Stay up the stretch.
Sure, it's new.